system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United.
Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
to do a beat-in.
Yeah, sure. I'll double check with the officers, the counselor, and Karen.
Oh, and then I'll look. Don't worry.
Dustin Duren, and we're in Courtroom 1.
Good morning. Thank you. Please remain standing for the jury.
Remain standing for the honorable jury.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay, just for the record, this is State versus Dustin Duren. This is docket number 214-2024 CR 28. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please stand for your oath. Mr. Duren, if you could remain standing and face the jury, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise your right hand and keep them raised during the oath. At the conclusion, you will each say, "I do." Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will carefully consider the evidence and the law presented to you in this case, and that you will deliver a fair and true verdict as to the charge or charges against the defendant, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. The jury may be seated. I'll read the charges now. Again, this is docket number 214-2024 CR 28. This is charge ID 2217221C. The state alleges that Dustin Mark Duren of or formerly of Berlin in the state of New Hampshire on February 29, 2024 at Berlin in the county of Coos Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defendant has been arraigned on the charges and has pleaded not guilty, and of this he puts himself upon his country for trial, which country you are. The Attorney General for the state has joined the issue, and you are to say by your verdict if the defendant is guilty of the crimes whereof he stands charged or not guilty. Hearken to the evidence. Mr. Duren, you may be seated.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Covalenko. Good morning again, members of the jury. Thank you for your punctuality. Thank you for your service. Okay, you are about to hear opening statements by counsel. Before that, I'm going to give you some general instructions as to the law that applies to this case, which will give you some guidance as you consider the evidence in this case. At the end of the case, after you have heard the evidence and closing arguments, I will give you further instructions, and then you will retire to the jury deliberation room to decide your verdict. You will receive a written copy of these instructions when you are ready to deliberate. In order to reach a fair and just verdict, you must understand and follow the law as I explain it to you. For example, you have to understand the definitions of the crimes with which the defendant is charged. You have to understand how convinced one way or the other you should be before you reach your verdict, and you have to understand what to consider in deciding whether to believe a particular witness. These instructions, as I said, will explain the law as to these and other matters so that you can reach a fair and just verdict. It is up to you to decide the facts of this case. You and you alone are the judges of the facts. You must decide the facts solely from the evidence in this trial. You apply the facts as you find them to be to the law as I give it to you in these instructions, and in this way you reach your verdict. You should decide the facts in this case without prejudice, without fear, and without sympathy. You are to decide the facts based only on the evidence, and the evidence in this case consists of the testimony under oath of the witnesses and any exhibits which are admitted into evidence. Those exhibits will go with you into the jury deliberation room. There are certain other matters that you may not consider as evidence. The fact that the defendant has been arrested and charged with a crime is not evidence of his guilt. In this case, the defendant was charged by means of a document called an indictment. An indictment is simply a way of giving the defendant notice of the accusations against him. This type of document is a formal way of accusing him of a crime in order to bring him to trial. In your deliberations, you must not consider the fact of the defendant's arrest, the indictment, or the defendant is being brought to stand trial as evidence of the defendant's guilt. The possible punishment the defendant may receive if you return a guilty verdict should not influence your decision. The duty of imposing sentence is solely for the judge, and you should consider the evidence presented and base your verdict only on the evidence without considering the issue of punishment. What the lawyers say to you is not evidence. In their opening statements and their closing arguments, the lawyers will discuss their view of the facts to help you understand the evidence from their point of view. But the lawyers are not witnesses in this matter, and therefore they cannot testify. Therefore, what they say to you is not evidence in the case. If the lawyers state the evidence differently from how you recall it, then you should follow your own memory of what the evidence was. Also, if the lawyers state the law differently from the law as I explain it to you in these instructions, then you must disregard what the lawyers have said about the law and follow my instructions. It is quite common during a trial for the lawyers to make objections. Lawyers are supposed to object when they believe that certain evidence may not be admissible under our rules of evidence. Please do not hold it against either party if they make these objections, and sometimes these objections require bench conferences. If I sustain an objection and I exclude any evidence, you must not guess as to what the evidence might have been. If I order that a question and answer be stricken from the record, you must not consider either the question or the answer as evidence. Likewise, if I overrule an objection and I admit certain evidence, then you must not give that evidence any special weight as a result of my ruling. I am not expressing views as to the importance of evidence when I make my rulings. I am merely applying the law, as is my duty. Throughout the trial, I must be fair and impartial, just as you are required to be. So if I say or do anything during the trial that causes you to believe that I favor one party over the other, I now instruct you that I do not favor either party in this case. The role of the judge is to run the trial in a fair and orderly manner, to decide the admissibility of evidence, and to instruct you, the jury, on the law that applies to the case. You, and you alone, as I said, are the judges of the facts, and you decide the verdict. Now that I've told you what you must not consider, I'm going to tell you what you can consider as evidence. You should consider the testimony of witnesses and any exhibits that may have been introduced as evidence. In other words, you should consider only the legally admissible evidence and reasonable inferences that you can draw from the evidence. By reasonable inferences, I mean conclusions which reason and common sense lead you to draw from the facts that are proven to your satisfaction. There are two ways for a party to prove a particular fact in the case, either through direct or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony of a witness based upon personal knowledge. That is, what the witness actually saw, heard, or otherwise directly experienced. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence, which tends to prove a disputed fact by proof of other facts. In other words, circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and inferences that tend to prove whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Let me give you a brief example to demonstrate the difference between direct and circumstantial evidence. Assume that when you enter the courthouse, it is cloudy outside. While you are in the court, you see someone come into the building who is wearing rain boots, the person is soaking wet, and they're closing an umbrella. If you could actually look out the window and see for yourself that there is rain falling from the sky, that would be direct evidence that it is raining outside. In contrast, if you cannot see for yourself whether it is raining outside, you still could consider the facts and circumstances of the person you observed entering the court with the rain boots and umbrella to determine whether it is raining outside. That is an example of circumstantial evidence. You should consider both types of evidence, direct and circumstantial. There is no legal distinction between the weight of direct evidence as compared to circumstantial evidence. You are permitted to give equal weight to both, but you must decide how much weight to give any evidence, whether it be direct or circumstantial. There is, however, a rule relating to circumstantial evidence that you must keep in mind. If the state presents only circumstantial evidence to prove one or more elements of a charged offense, then in order to convict, you must find that the totality of the evidence as to those elements excludes all reasonable conclusions other than guilt. This means if it is reasonable to arrive at two conclusions, one consistent with guilt and one consistent with innocence, then you must choose the reasonable conclusion consistent with innocence. In determining whether all reasonable conclusions other than guilt have been excluded, you should not consider any item of circumstantial evidence in isolation. Rather, you should consider each item of circumstantial evidence in the context of all the other evidence. You must understand, however, that this circumstantial evidence rule does not apply to direct evidence. If there is a conflict between two or more witnesses who offer direct evidence concerning certain facts, you must decide which witness to believe. For example, suppose there are two eyewitnesses to a crime, and one testifies that the defendant committed the crime, and the other testifies that the defendant did not commit the crime. This presents a situation where there is a conflict in the direct evidence. In this situation, you, the jury, must decide which witness to believe and whether, based upon all of the evidence, the state has proven the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Similarly, if only one witness provides direct evidence concerning an offense charged, then you must decide whether to believe that particular witness, considering the factors I will outline and any other considerations you would ordinarily use in deciding whether to believe a person based upon your common sense and good judgment. Now, in reviewing the evidence, you should consider the quality of the evidence and not the quantity. It is not the number of witnesses or the quantity of the evidence that is important, but the quality of the evidence. That is, how persuasive the evidence is to you. In summary, you should consider all the evidence in the case and decide whether the state has proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. In deciding this case, you must decide the credibility of witnesses. That is, it is up to you to decide who to believe. If there is any conflict between the witnesses, then you must resolve the conflict. Simply because a witness has taken an oath to tell the truth does not mean that you have to accept the testimony as true. Use your common sense and judgment. Consider factors you use in deciding important issues in your everyday lives. For example, you may consider the following: the witness's appearance, attitude, and behavior on the witness stand and the way the witness testified, the witness's age, intelligence, and experience, the witness's opportunity and ability to see or hear the things about which the witness testified, the accuracy of the witness's memory, any motive of the witness not to tell the truth, any interest that a witness had in the outcome of the case, any bias of the witness or friendship or animosity the witness may have for or against any of the other people in the case, the consistency or inconsistency of the witness's testimony, whether or not what the witness said appears reasonable or unreasonable, whether what the witness said is consistent or inconsistent with the testimony of other witnesses or with statements the witness made at another time. In deciding which witnesses to believe and how much of their testimony to believe, you should consider both the direct and cross-examination of the witnesses. If you believe that part of a witness's testimony is false, you may choose to distrust other parts also, but you are not required to do so. Inconsistencies and contradictions within a witness's testimony or between witnesses do not necessarily mean that you should disbelieve the witness. It is possible for honest people to witness the same event and see or hear things differently. You should evaluate inconsistencies and contradictions and determine whether they are important or unimportant. You need not believe any witness even though the testimony is uncontradicted, nor are you required to accept testimony as true simply because some or even all of the witnesses agree with each other. You may find the testimony of one witness or of a few witnesses more persuasive than the testimony of a larger number. The principles I have outlined regarding judging the credibility of witnesses apply to all witnesses, whether they are ordinary civilians, police officers, or otherwise. In short, you should consider the testimony of each witness and give it the weight you think it deserves. You can accept all of what a witness says, you can reject all of what a witness says, or you can accept some of it and reject some of it. It is up to you. Now, I've addressed what you should not consider and what you should consider in reaching a verdict. I am now going to discuss how convinced one way or the other you must be, and this is referred to as the burden of proof. Under both our state and federal constitutions, all defendants in criminal cases are presumed to be innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proving guilt rests entirely on the state. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. The defendant enters this courtroom as an innocent man, and you must consider him to be an innocent man until the state convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. If, after all the evidence and arguments, you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant committed any one or more elements of the offense, then you must find him not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, a reasonable doubt is just what the words would ordinarily imply. The use of the word reasonable means simply that the doubt must be reasonable rather than unreasonable. It must be a doubt based on reason. It is not a frivolous or fanciful doubt, nor is it one that can easily be explained away. Rather, it is such a doubt based on reason as remains after consideration of all the evidence the state has offered against it. The test you must use is this. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the state has proven any one or more of the elements of the crime charged, you must find the defendant not guilty. However, if you find the state has proven all of the elements of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. During the course of the trial, you can get to know your fellow jurors, but you are not allowed to talk about the case or the evidence until you begin deliberating. It is quite natural to want to talk to your fellow jurors about the case as it unfolds, but it is really important that you not do that. If you have those conversations during the trial, it tends to cause you to form opinions about what you think the outcome ought to be before you have heard all of the evidence. Cases are presented in a certain order. The state has the burden of proof, so it will present evidence first. Because the defendant is presumed innocent, he has no obligation to present any evidence, but he has a right to do so if he wants to. So you may not hear evidence from the defense until later in the case. If the defendant chooses to exercise his absolute constitutional right not to testify or present any evidence, you cannot hold that against him or draw any negative inferences based on this. Even if the defendant chooses not to present evidence, the importance of certain pieces of evidence may not become apparent until the lawyers make their closing arguments. You will have plenty of time to discuss the evidence and testimony with your fellow jurors when you retire to deliberate. After all of the evidence has been submitted and both sides have presented their closing arguments, I will give you further instructions about the law that applies to this case, including definitions of the crimes charged and other issues that might arise during the course of the trial. If at any point, if any of you cannot see or hear any witness or any of the attorneys while they have the floor, please raise your hand and we will address it. Thank you. The other thing I would like to say at this time is we typically will take a mid-morning break, we'll take a lunch break, and we'll take a mid-afternoon break. I try to time those breaks based upon the overall flow of the trial and based upon the presentation of witness testimony. I try to do my best to make sure that we don't go too long, so we'll do that as we go through the evidence. Okay? All right, ready to proceed?
This is Caitlyn Naffziger. You can see her here with her daughter, Ellen. In this photo, you can see her as she was in life, holding one of her children close. She's dead now. She's dead because the defendant, Dustin Duren, the father of her children, murdered her. As Caitlyn sat on the couch, holding her 4-year-old daughter Ellen on her lap, very much like you see there, the defendant ripped Ellen from Caitlyn's arms. He stepped back, pointed his 9mm Beretta semi-automatic pistol at Caitlyn's head, and pulled the trigger. The defendant was still holding Ellen in his arms when he murdered her mother. The sound of the gunshot hurt Ellen's ears. After the defendant killed Caitlyn, he took Ellen and her 1-year-old sister, Valen. He packed their things, put them in his car, and began driving. He got all the way to Concord, where he called his parents, and he confessed. He told them that he had killed Caitlyn. He said he was going dark, and he shut off his phone, making it impossible for the authorities to track his location. The defendant's father called the Berlin police. The police went to the defendant's apartment and found Caitlyn there, dead. A few hours later, in the early morning hours of March 1st, 2024, an Amber Alert went out, including descriptions of the defendant, the girls, and the defendant's car. It was that Amber Alert that led to the defendant's arrest, after a citizen told the Keene police that she saw the defendant's car heading in the direction of an Applebee's in Keene. The police found the defendant in his car in the parking lot of Applebee's. Ellen and Valen were in the back seat. The murder weapon, that 9mm Beretta semi-automatic pistol, was in the driver's side door. After his arrest, the defendant gave an interview with the New Hampshire State Police. He told them his version of the story, his version of what happened between him and Caitlyn. He told the police that he wanted Caitlyn to leave his apartment, and when she wouldn't, he got angry. He tried to take Elowen from Caitlyn, but she refused, and he got angry. So he went to his desk, grabbed his gun, and used it to kill the mother of his children. You can see the words very deliberate up there on the screen. Those are his words, the defendant's words. Those are the words that he used to describe his killing of Caitlyn Naffziger when he spoke to the police. Ladies and gentlemen of this jury, this will not be a case that is difficult to understand. This will not be a whodunit. There will be no mystery. The evidence will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Dustin Duren murdered Caitlyn Naffziger. The evidence will also show you why he did it. This is a case about anger and control. According to the defendant, he and Caitlyn had argued over the course of the day. He wanted her to leave and go back to Minnesota, where she was from. And when Caitlyn refused to do what he wanted, when he couldn't control her actions, he got angry. So he took his gun, pointed it at Caitlyn, and pulled the trigger. It was, as he said, a very deliberate act. During this trial, the state will provide you with evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Dustin Duren is guilty of the murder of Caitlyn Naffziger, as well as the crimes of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon and endangerment of a child. You will be given that evidence in the form of witness testimony, photographs, videos, and physical evidence. And right now, we're going to talk about some of that evidence. Caitlyn Naffziger and Dustin Duren were both from Minnesota. Together, they had two daughters, Elowen and Valen. In February of 2024, Elowen was 4 years old, and Valen was 1. Caitlyn and the defendant did not have a good relationship. It was rocky. By January of 2024, things were not in a good place. That month, the defendant moved from Minnesota to New Hampshire. He brought Elowen with him. Caitlyn and Valen remained in Minnesota. The defendant drove from Minnesota with Elowen, and on January 23rd, he moved into an apartment in Berlin. That apartment was at 1063 Main Street. You can see 1063 Main Street here. It's a multi-family home in Berlin. The defendant's apartment was on the ground floor. After the defendant and Elowen arrived in New Hampshire, the defendant and Caitlyn argued over the phone and through text messages. They argued about the children and their future. On February 27th, Caitlyn and Valen flew to Boston. They took a bus from the airport to New Hampshire, where they met family, and they spent the night with that family on the seacoast. The next day was the 28th. That day, Caitlyn and Valen got a ride and were dropped off at a restaurant in Ossipee. There, they met the defendant and Elowen. After having lunch, the defendant drove them all in his car back to Berlin. They spent the night at 1063 Main Street, that apartment that you saw. The defendant believed that after this visit, Caitlyn was going to return home to Minnesota without either of the girls. That was what he wanted. The next day, February 29th, according to the defendant, he asked Caitlyn repeatedly when her aunt was going to come pick her up. He asked her every 15 minutes because he wanted her to leave. He didn't want her there. Caitlyn ignored him. After repeated questions from the defendant about when she was going to leave, Caitlyn told him, "I'm not leaving, I'm staying." During the course of that day, according to the defendant, Caitlyn threatened to call the police and have the children taken away from him. This continued throughout the day. That evening, after a day of asking Caitlyn when she would leave, and a day of Caitlyn not doing what he wanted her to do, the defendant got angry. He was so angry that he started packing up Caitlyn's things so that he could drive her to the seacoast, do it himself. His plan was to load Caitlyn, her things, and both girls into the car, drive Caitlyn to her family and drop her off, and then return back to Berlin with both of the girls. The defendant put the younger daughter, Valen, in her car seat. Caitlyn remained sitting on the couch, holding Elowen in her arms. Similar to that photo. Caitlyn did not want to leave. The defendant tried to grab Elowen from Caitlyn, but Caitlyn would not let go. She continued to hold Elowen. She didn't want to leave. This made the defendant even angrier. Angry that Caitlyn refused to leave his apartment, and angry that she refused to let go of her daughter Elowen, the defendant had had enough. In his mind, the line had been crossed. Those are his words. Those are the words he told the police, and he described to them why he killed Caitlyn and what was going through his head. By refusing to allow him to take her child from her arms, Caitlyn had crossed the line. This is a diagram of the defendant's apartment at 1063 Main Street. If you look at the living room, you can see that there is a couch, a coffee table in front of it, and then a desk on the other side of the room. Those black bars that you see represent doorways in the apartment. And you can see the back door is down a hallway on the left side. Caitlyn was sitting on the couch in front of the coffee table with Elowen on her lap. According to the defendant, after he tried and failed to take Elowen from Caitlyn as she sat on the couch, he crossed the room and went to his desk. From his desk, he grabbed this, his Beretta 9mm semi-automatic pistol. That gun had a loaded magazine in it, but no bullet in the chamber. According to the defendant, after he grabbed the gun, he racked it on the slide back, putting a bullet in the chamber. The gun was now ready to fire. The defendant walked back across the room from his desk, around the coffee table, and stood in front of Caitlyn to her left. He grabbed Elowen and ripped her from her mother's arms with his left arm. He was holding that pistol in his right. After grabbing Elowen, holding her in his left arm, he stepped back and pointed his gun at Caitlyn's head. At this point, Caitlyn was sitting on the couch alone. She was unarmed. The defendant stood between Caitlyn and the exit. Elowen in one arm, gun in the other. At that time, Caitlyn did not have a car. She did not have a bus ticket, and her family was hours away. As Caitlyn sat on that couch, holding Elowen in his arm, after stepping back, the defendant pulled the trigger. He did not miss. He fired one bullet. That bullet entered Caitlyn's skull from the left side of her head. It traveled through her brain and exited the right side. The The gunshot was loud. According to the defendant, Elwyn immediately started grabbing her ear and complaining of the noise. The defendant went to the garage and put her in the car. This is what the defendant told the detectives later about what he was thinking at that moment after shooting Caitlyn in the head. He told them that he knew, in his words, that he was screwed. He understood what had happened, and he understood the consequences. He went back in the house. He got Valen, who was still in her car seat. He grabbed clothes for himself and for the girls. He grabbed food and water. He grabbed pillows and blankets. He put all of these things into his car. He grabbed his desktop computer. You can see it there in the defendant's truck. After packing up those supplies with both girls in the car, the defendant started to drive. The defendant left his apartment in Berlin sometime between 5:38 p.m. and 6 p.m. on February 29th. He drove to Concord, arriving a little bit before 9 p.m. In Concord, the defendant sent a video of the girls to his mother, and then he called his parents. At 10:08 p.m. in Concord, he called them and told them what he had done. He said, "I killed Caitlyn." He said, "You should probably call the police." He also said, "I'm going to go dark. I'm not turning off my phone." He said he would turn himself in, but he wanted some time with the girls before he did it. At about 10:22 p.m., the defendant did turn off his phone. According to him, he drove west into New York State. At some point, he stopped, and he and the girls slept in the car in the back seat. According to the defendant, when he woke up the next morning, he decided to turn himself in. So he started driving back to New Hampshire. As the defendant drove through Keene the morning of March 1st, he decided to have breakfast somewhere with his girls. While driving, he was seen and he was placed under arrest. The murder weapon, that 9mm Beretta semi-automatic pistol, was in the door, still loaded. That was March 1st. The evidence in this case will prove to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant is guilty of knowing second-degree murder and the alternative charge of reckless second-degree murder for killing Caitlyn Naffziger. It will also prove that he committed the crimes of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon and endangerment of a child. The evidence will prove to you that the defendant was not provoked when he pulled that trigger, and that the killing of Caitlyn Naffziger was not justified. When asked by a detective if Caitlyn had threatened to harm anyone, he said no. When asked by a detective if he knew he was endangering Elwyn by firing a gun so close to her, he said yes. The evidence will prove to you that the defendant caused Caitlyn's death merely because he was angry and nothing more. You will hear testimony during this trial from state troopers and police officers who will describe how they investigated this case and how they gathered important pieces of evidence. You will hear from the medical examiner who conducted an autopsy of Caitlyn's body. An intelligence analyst with the New Hampshire State Police will describe for you how she used cell phone location data to map the defendant's movements before he turned his phone off. You will hear testimony from an expert firearms examiner who will tell you that the gun that fired the bullet that killed Caitlyn was the defendant's. And you will hear what the defendant told the police when they interviewed him and when he confessed. His version of the story. After his arrest, the defendant spoke with the state police at length. That interview was audio and video recorded. You will be able to see it for yourselves. You will be able to see the defendant's body language, his demeanor, and his tone of voice. You will see that the defendant was calm and in control when he described killing Caitlyn Naffziger. I've already shown you a few of the things that he said during that interview. You will see those and more presented during this trial. Those statements are just some of the evidence that will prove that the defendant is guilty. Caitlyn is dead. She is dead because the defendant became angry when she refused to leave his apartment. And she is dead because she would not stop holding her 4-year-old daughter. And that made the defendant mad. So he grabbed his gun, took Caitlyn's daughter away from her, and shot her in the head. After you have heard all the evidence in this case, it will be up to you, the jury, to deliberate and deliver a verdict. When that time comes, when you have had all of the evidence placed in front of you, you will know, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant is guilty. You will know that the defendant murdered Caitlyn Naffziger. Just like the defendant knew from the moment that he fired his gun, you will know that he's guilty.
Certainly.
This case is about broken promises, secret plans, and a father's unyielding love. It's about a Marine reacting to a threat toward his beloved daughter. A horrific tragedy, but not a criminal offense. Dustin Duren is not guilty. Dustin, a Marine veteran, responded to a threat when he shot Caitlyn one time. He saw his daughter being held hostage in front of him. He believed his daughter was in danger of being hurt, in danger of being a pawn in a custody dispute, in danger of being taken away from him, in danger of being kidnapped. The law allows for deadly force to be used against another in certain circumstances. The law says Dustin's actions were justified. He's not guilty of murder. He is not guilty of reckless conduct. He is not guilty of endangering the welfare of a child. You will hear that Caitlyn agreed with a plan to let Dustin take their daughter Elowen to Berlin, New Hampshire from Minnesota, and that she would follow later with their younger daughter Valen. You will hear that she later changed her mind, but did not tell Dustin. Instead, she flew to Boston with their 1-year-old Valen, and then planned with her aunt to take Elowen and Valen from their father in the middle of the night while he was sleeping. To carry out the secret plan, Caitlyn and Valen went to Berlin, stayed the night at Dustin's, and then ignored Dustin's requests for her to leave. Dustin decided he would need to bring Caitlyn back to the seacoast where her aunt lived. And when he tried to get the kids ready to leave, Caitlyn told Dustin no, she was not leaving. She demanded Dustin pay her more money. She threatened Dustin she was going to call the police and lie to them, accusing him of kidnapping Elowen. She told Dustin she was taking the kids back to Minnesota and he would never see them again. While making these threats, Caitlyn remained seated on the couch, holding on to Elowen. She would not let go of Elowen when Dustin tried to free her. She gripped Elowen. She tugged Elowen. She bear hugged Elowen. Elowen was being held hostage right in front of Dustin. Dustin did not want to hurt Elowen. She was crying. He was worried she was being hurt. On the third attempt to free Elowen from Caitlyn's grip, Elowen let out a shriek. This was a startling and terrifying reaction that caused something in Dustin to tick. In his fear for Elowen and his need to protect her, he walked a couple feet over to his desk, got his gun, chambered around, pulled Elowen to safety, and fired one round into Caitlyn's head. Dustin Duren defended his daughter. He is not guilty. You will hear that evidence through the state's case and through the defense's case. But now I want to talk to you about Dustin. Dustin is a father and he is a Marine. These two things shape his identity and his decision making. Dustin enlisted with the Marines when he was 18 years old. He received extensive training in firearms. He was drilled with firearms, expected to be able to assemble, load, aim, and shoot a firearm quickly, automatically, without conscious thought. Use of a firearm became automatic and instinctual to him, something that he could do quickly, accurately, and without forethought. He was trained to use a firearm to respond to threats. You will hear that Dustin was the most proficient shooter in boot camp and the squadron high shooter during annual marksmanship training. He became a certified marksmanship coach and taught hundreds of Marines how to perfect their shooting. You will also hear that Dustin had been diagnosed with service-connected PTSD and has suffered bouts of depression in the past. Before meeting Caitlyn in 2019, Dustin felt like his life was meaningless. He had no real purpose, no real reason to live. But shortly after beginning a relationship with Caitlyn, she became pregnant with their first child. Dustin's mental health began to improve. He was beginning to believe he had a purpose, having a family. He and Caitlyn lived together at his parents' home. Soon after Elwyn was born, they moved to Las Vegas and lived there together. Dustin was Elwyn's primary caretaker. He and Elwyn were bonded. At her very first Christmas, Caitlyn flew home to Minnesota, leaving Dustin and their 1-year-old Elwyn behind. You will hear that Dustin's memory of that Christmas burns bright to this day. Dustin was feeling awful about the meager Christmas he could only provide for his daughter, but her pure joy that day shifted his whole mindset. He saw her big smile and her joy, and it was a pivotal moment in his life. He thought, this is my purpose, this is my life, Elwyn. From that moment, it was like a whole world had changed. Dustin's view on everything had changed. His entire life turned to Elwyn. The two were bonded. Eventually, Caitlyn became pregnant with their second child, Valen. She was born in Las Vegas in January of 2023. By July of 2023, Dustin and Caitlyn separated, and all four returned to Minnesota. Dustin moved back in with his parents. Caitlyn moved in with a friend. For several months, they tried co-parenting. After a few months of this arrangement, Dustin and Caitlyn came to a compromise in which they would both move to New Hampshire, but live separately. They decided that Dustin would travel by car to New Hampshire first, taking Elwyn with him, and then Caitlyn would fly out later with 1-year-old Valen and leave her with Dustin. Caitlyn would then return to Minnesota for a few months to work and save some money, and then move to New Hampshire permanently in the early summer when she would have seasonal employment with her Aunt Brenda in Hampton. Dustin prepared for the trip to New Hampshire. He found an apartment in Berlin and showed Caitlyn photos of the apartment. Caitlyn gave Dustin a bunch of Elwyn and Valen's stuff to take with him. The day Dustin left, he picked Elwyn up from where Caitlyn lived, at her friend's house, and Caitlyn willingly handed over Elwyn. Caitlyn did not call the police, she did not report a kidnapping, she agreed to this plan. On their trip east, Dustin called and texted Caitlyn several times with updates. He sent pictures of Elwyn. After Dustin got to New Hampshire, he and Caitlyn had several arguments over the phone about money. Caitlyn wanted to claim both girls on their taxes and wanted Dustin to send her money. Caitlyn threatened to call the police and falsely claim that Dustin had kidnapped Elwyn and had taken her to New Hampshire without Caitlyn's permission. Dustin was worried that Caitlyn wouldn't bring Valen and that the girls would be separated. You will hear that when Caitlyn made this threat a few weeks before this incident, Dustin was alarmed. He called Caitlyn's mother. He called Caitlyn's father. He called the Berlin Police Department. He offered to let Caitlyn claim both girls on their taxes, paid for her plane ticket to New Hampshire, and sent her some money. 2 weeks later, Caitlyn and Valen did fly to Boston, as planned, on the 27th of February. Dustin knew when they would arrive in Boston, but no other details, because Caitlyn did not share those. He did not know how Caitlyn and Valen were getting to Berlin or when. He did not know if Caitlyn planned on staying in Berlin or where she would stay. He assumed she wanted to stay a couple days in Berlin to visit with Elwyn and offered for her to stay with him and the girls, but Caitlyn declined this invitation. Caitlyn had other plans, secret plans she did not share with Dustin. You will hear about the plan that Caitlyn created with her Aunt Brenda. Brenda will tell you that she lives in Hampton. She spoke to Caitlyn about her visit to New Hampshire. She will tell you that Caitlyn and Valen flew into Boston and shuttled to Seabrook, where Brenda and her friend picked them up. Brenda will tell you that Caitlyn and Valen spent the night in Hampton, and while there, Brenda and Caitlyn came up with a plan to take the kids from Dustin.
Objection. Reproach.
While Caitlyn was visiting with her Aunt Brenda the night before she met Dustin, Brenda and Caitlyn came up with a plan to take the kids from Dustin. Brenda will tell you that she agreed to bring Caitlyn and Valen to meet up with Dustin and Elowen, drop them off, and wait a day or two for Caitlyn to call her for a ride back with both of the girls. Caitlyn would sneak the two kids out while Dustin was sleeping, and Brenda would pick them up and take Caitlyn and her kids to the airport to fly back to Minnesota. Caitlyn already had a return ticket to Minnesota, and Brenda was going to buy a ticket for Elowen. And Valen was young enough that she could sit on her mom's lap. You will hear that when Caitlyn texted Dustin that Brenda was driving her up, Dustin suggested they meet up at a spot halfway between Hampton and Berlin. And he found a restaurant in Ossipee. Dustin believed that Caitlyn and Brenda would have a meal with him and the girls, and then Caitlyn and Brenda would return to Hampton, while Dustin and the girls would head north to Berlin. The next day, Dustin and Elowen drove to Ossipee and got to the restaurant first, where they waited inside the restaurant, waiting for Caitlyn and Valen. When Caitlyn arrived, she called Dustin, asking him to come outside and help with Valen's things. Dustin and Elowen went outside to meet Caitlyn and Valen. Brenda was already gone. They put Valen's stuff in the car, and the four of them, Elowen, Valen, Dustin, and Caitlyn, went into the restaurant to eat. Dustin and Caitlyn did not have any real conversation. Dustin visited with Valen, Caitlyn with Elowen. Caitlyn started asking Elowen if she could come see Elowen's new house. Dustin was confused, since Caitlyn had said she did not want to stay with them. Caitlyn did not speak directly with Dustin, instead saying things to Elowen, for Dustin to overhear. Dustin agreed that Caitlyn could spend a night, and so after dinner, all four of them got into Dustin's car, drove back to Berlin. Caitlyn sat in the back seat with the girls. That night, Dustin slept in his bed with Valen, and Caitlyn and Elowen slept on an air mattress between the bedroom and the living room. The next day, they all went to the Berlin Library for children's story time and arts and crafts. They came home and had lunch. Caitlyn spent the afternoon playing with the girls and not speaking to Dustin. Dustin tried to ask Caitlyn what her plan was when she was leaving, but Caitlyn would not answer him. Dustin continued to ask, and Caitlyn continued to ignore her all afternoon. Caitlyn played with Elowen and Valen in Elowen's bedroom, and every so often, Dustin would go to the doorway of the room and ask Caitlyn when and how she was leaving. Caitlyn did not respond. At one point, she picked up her phone and started using it. Dustin didn't know if Caitlyn was messaging someone. Her silence was telling. Dustin was suspicious. Caitlyn's behavior concerned him. Something was off. Eventually, once it started to get dark, Dustin told Caitlyn that since she wasn't responding, he was going to drive her all the way back to Hampton, and he told Caitlyn it was time to leave. Dustin was stressed because it was a long drive, and by the time he dropped Caitlyn off in Hampton and then drove all the way back to Berlin with the girls would have been up all night. Caitlyn sat down on the couch. Dustin put Valen in a car seat and sat on the hallway floor. He went back into the living room and saw Caitlyn go over and pick up Elowen, return to the couch, and set Elowen on her lap. Elowen straddled Caitlyn's knee. Dustin told Caitlyn, "Come on, we're leaving," and tried to take Elowen to get her ready to go. Caitlyn tugged Elowen tightly and pulled her back, wrapping her arms around Dustin's daughter in a bear hug. Dustin let go and asked Caitlyn to let go of Elowen, and Caitlyn said no. Dustin kept asking Caitlyn to let go of Elowen and get ready to leave. Caitlyn started demanding Dustin pay child support, give her $2,000 per month. Caitlyn told Dustin she was going to take Elowen and Valen back to Minnesota and Dustin would never see them again. Caitlyn again threatened Dustin that she would call the cops and tell them Dustin had taken Elowen without permission. Caitlyn was still holding on to Elowen, her arms wrapped tightly around Elowen, restraining her. Caitlyn told Dustin again that he would never see his kids. Dustin felt like Caitlyn was holding Elowen hostage. He was seeing his daughter held hostage in front of his eyes. He kept begging Caitlyn to let go of Elowen and to just get ready to leave. Caitlyn refused and kept saying she was taking the kids and he would never see them again. At this point, Valen was crying. Elowen was upset and crying. The situation was overwhelming. Dustin tried again to free Elowen, but Caitlyn yanked her away again. Dustin didn't want to force anything, so he just let Elowen go. He tried again to persuade Caitlyn to let go of Elowen, and she refused. She continued to threaten Dustin. Dustin didn't know who Caitlyn had been messaging on her phone, whether there was someone outside waiting. He was suspicious. He was concerned. He was fearful. Dustin could see his gun on the desk in the living room in close proximity to Caitlyn. Dustin knew that Caitlyn knew how to use the gun. He himself taught her how to handle and shoot a gun. He couldn't take his eyes off Caitlyn and Elowen while Caitlyn was holding Elowen hostage right next to a firearm. Dustin tried one more time to take Elowen. He tried to hold one of Caitlyn's wrists while wrapping his arm behind Elowen so that he could free Elowen from Caitlyn's bear hug. Caitlyn did not let go and instead got more aggressive. She braced her foot against the living room table and pulled back hard. Elowin screamed, a piercing cry like she was in pain. Immediately, everything felt extremely dire to Dustin, like Elowin was in immediate danger. Hearing Elowin scream was like a tick. The only thing he was thinking was that he had to save Elowin. In an autonomous motion, like he had been trained by the military, he grabbed his gun. He had no thoughts in his head other than he needed to save Elowin. He acted instinctually, automatically, and reflexively. In less than 3 seconds, he grabbed the gun, pulled Elowin out of the way, and eliminated the threat, shooting Caitlyn in the head. Elowin was safe in Dustin's arms. He is a Marine. He acts like a Marine. He did what a Marine is trained to do. Dustin saved Elowin. Dustin took the girls and left the apartment in his Subaru. He needed to make sure the girls were okay and to get out of that apartment. He didn't want Elowin to see anything. After driving south for about 2 hours, he stopped for gas in Concord. He called his mom and told her he shot Caitlyn. He asked for his dad to call the police. He also sent them a video of the girls in the car at that moment to show them the girls were safe. He said he was going to spend a few more hours with the girls before he turned himself in. And that's what he did. He spent a few more hours driving with, talking with the girls, making sure they were okay, making sure they knew he loved them, before turning around and driving back to New Hampshire. He planned to get breakfast with the girls before he turned himself in, but the police located him before he was able to do so. And you will see Dustin's arrest on video. You will see how he complied with the police commands, how he warned the police there were kids in the car, how he warned them there was a gun in the driver's side door, and he then gave a lengthy interview to the police. The state will probably show you Dustin's interview and what he told them after his arrest. This is a case about broken promises, secret plans, and a father's unyielding love. It's about a Marine reacting to a threat toward his beloved daughter, a horrific tragedy, but not a criminal offense. Dustin is not guilty. At the end of the evidence, the judge will instruct you on the law, and he may explain to you that what the law allows when defending others. He may instruct you that a person is justified in using deadly force against another when he reasonably believes that such person is committing or about to commit a kidnapping, is likely to use any unlawful force against a person present while committing or attempting to commit a burglary, or is likely to use any unlawful force in the commission of a felony against the actor within his own dwelling or home. When he shot Caitlyn, Dustin reasonably believed that Caitlyn was about to kidnap Elowin and that Caitlyn was using unlawful force to commit a crime. She was holding Elowin hostage in front of him, threatening that she would take his kids to Minnesota and he would never see them again. Caitlyn would rather hurt Elowin than let her go. And when Caitlyn hurt Elowin, Dustin acted to save her. Dustin's entire life purpose was to be a good father for Elowin and Balin, and he did what he believed was necessary to protect Elowin. The judge may instruct you. You cannot convict Dustin unless the state proves to you not only that Dustin killed Caitlyn, but that he did so without justification. You must find Dustin not guilty unless you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that Dustin did not act to defend his daughter and prevent a kidnapping. The state will not meet its burden. Dustin was justified under the law. He acted to protect his daughter. After hearing all the evidence, we are confident you will find him not guilty.
Okay, thank you.
All right, members of the jury, as I said, we typically take a mid-morning break and a lunch break and a mid-afternoon break before we start with the first witness. I think it's appropriate right now to take a mid-morning break. I'm going to instruct you on several matters right now before we take our first break. First of all, as you heard me say before, you are not allowed to discuss any aspect of the case or any aspect of the evidence amongst yourselves until we get to the conclusion of the trial, until we finally get to deliberations. So it's extremely important that you not do that, and I instruct you not to do that. Further, I instruct you that if you do hear of anybody among your jurors, that if you overhear two jurors talking about the case, I instruct you to please tell one of the court security officers about that. That's something very important that you not do. Talk about it. So if one of you does hear two others talking about it, that needs to be informed to a bailiff as well. And as you can see, there is some members of the media here. As I said to you last time during jury selection, I'm advising you to pay no attention to any news reports whatsoever with respect to any aspect of the trial. And I also, because of modern social media, I'm further instructing you not to communicate with anyone about anything that's happening during the course of the trial. You'll hear me make these instructions to you many times over the course of the trial, but it's my duty just to do so. I have no doubt that you will follow my instructions. So again, please do not discuss the case, and we'll get started in about 10 or 15 minutes. It's 10:33, so we'll try to get started right at by 10:50. And so with that, we'll take our first break. Okay? Thank you. Okay, thank you. Court will be in recess. Thank you. Please be seated.
Can we cancel approach on scheduling?
Certainly. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and before we reconvene the jury, just a few quick comments about the layout of the courtroom for purposes of the record. I did not want to take the time to do that first thing this morning. I wanted to get started. But just to confirm, there is a large television monitor that is aimed at roughly a 45-degree angle towards the jury box, which has been provided by the state. There's also a smaller monitor which is directed towards the gallery. There's also a monitor on defense counsel table and also a monitor at the judge's bench up here. So a total of 4 monitors that have been outlaid around the courtroom. I've indicated to defense counsel that if at any point that their monitor ceases to work, to let me know immediately, and we will adjust as necessary with respect to that matter. And I will try to keep my eye out open for it, but in case anything does change, in case the layout does change during the course of the trial, please let me know, just so that I can adequately reflect for purposes of the record the layout of the courtroom. Any comments in response to my comments, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No, if we just have 1 second to iron out this
Certainly.
this tech issue here.
Sometimes it just gets angry. Got it. It's on your computer.
It's just like a third desktop.
Keyboard is different than things like buttons.
We're all set. Thank you.
It's there, but we can't control it.
Try 9,
Thank you.
or throw it on 9.
It changed. Got it?
All set.
All set?
Apologize.
Okay.
All rise for the honorable jury. Coos County Superior Court is again in session. The Honorable Jonathan Frizzell presiding.
Good morning, thank you. Please be seated.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Sergeant Eric Benjamin. Would you like me to swear a witness?
Please.
Sir, could you raise your hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Sir, could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name for the jury?
Absolutely. My name is Eric Benjamin, Ericbenjamin.
And sir, where do you work?
I work for the Berlin Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked there about 10 years now.
What is your current rank with the Berlin PD?
I'm a detective sergeant.
In addition to your regular duties as a detective sergeant, are you also a member of something called the Emergency Response Team?
I am.
Could you please tell the jury, what is the Emergency Response Team?
The Emergency Response Team is a group of officers who respond to high-risk situations which require additional training, equipment, and tactics to handle the situation appropriately.
And Detective Sergeant, would it be fair to say the Emergency Response Team that you're part of handles incidents like the one you described in the Berlin area and surrounding areas up kind of in the northern part of the state?
Yes,
Do you have any role within the Emergency Response Team?
I do.
What is that?
I am the team leader.
Detective Sergeant, on February 29th of 2024,
right room off the kitchen, and at that point, Deputy Green announced that there was a female victim on the couch with an apparent gunshot wound to the head.
What room was Deputy Green in?
That would be the living room.
So after hearing that from him, that he'd found a female with a gunshot wound to the head, what did you do?
We continued clearing the rest of the apartment to make sure that Mr. Duren and the children were not in there.
Did you find anyone else in the apartment?
No,
Did you go to the living room?
I did.
Could you tell us what you saw?
Again, we did an initial search of the apartment. I went to the female. I checked her to make sure she was in fact deceased. And while I was there, I noted several things. Her body was very cold. The appearance of her skin indicated to me, based on training and experience, that she had been there a while. I also noted a single shell casing to the right of the couch in the living room.
You mentioned an apparent gunshot wound. Where did you see that apparent gunshot wound?
The gunshot was to the side of her head.
Where was that female sitting, or positioned, I should say?
As I was facing the couch from the front, she was all the way to the right side.
So was she sitting or lying down?
She was kind of slumped over.
Where were her feet?
They were positioned in front of her.
Were any of her feet on the coffee table?
I don't believe so.
After observing, we'll strike that, you mentioned observing a shell casing. Where did you see that?
I was directly to the right of the couch, right on the floor.
After seeing that female there and that shell casing, what did you do?
So based on the type of scene that we knew we had at that point, it was our job to maintain custody of the scene, to maintain the integrity of the investigation that we knew was forthcoming. So I made sure that there was an officer that stayed with the female victim while the rest of our team had to continue on to make sure that the other residents, if any, in the apartment were safe and secure, and that there wasn't a possibility Mr. Duren was anywhere else within that building.
What was the purpose of stationing an officer in that living room?
These type of investigations require us to maintain the integrity, and that means that nobody touches the body, nobody moves anything from the scene, and everyone's responsible for their own actions. So we post an officer with the body to make sure that all those are accounted for, all those things happen.
Other than checking for a pulse, did you or any other officers with you touch that body?
No,
Did you or any of those officers touch that shell casing?
no.
Did you and other officers then proceed to the rest of the building to clear it?
We did.
And what did you find as you did that?
There were multiple apartments within that structure that were empty. And we did note one resident on the top floor that we evacuated from the building.
Anyone in the second floor apartment?
I don't believe so.
Did you check the basement for people as well?
Yes.
Did you find anyone in the basement?
No.
Once that whole building was searched, what happened next?
I made sure I was the last one out, and I taped over the entry-exit of that building, notified dispatch that I was the last one out, and I made sure I posted officers at locations around the residence that would maintain the custody of that building to make sure that nobody went in or out, and we would start a scene log at that point to make sure that anyone that did arrive on scene was logging in.
Was there police tape put around the building as well?
There was.
One moment, please. Detective Sergeant, you mentioned that the door into the apartment was locked. Could you tell us, was that locked with the knob or with the deadbolt?
I'm sorry, the first entry door or the door to the apartment?
The door to the apartment.
Yes, that had a deadbolt on it.
The deadbolt was locked?
Yes.
No further questions.
Good morning, Detective Sergeant.
Good morning.
One question. The Berlin Police Department's phone number 603-752-3131.
Yes.
And if you were to Google that, that number would pop up.
I would think so.
No more questions, thank you.
Nothing further.
Okay, can Detective Sergeant Benjamin step down?
Thank you, Your Honor.
May he step down? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Mark Duren. Mr. Duren, if you could remain standing and please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth under pains and penalties of perjury today?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Sir, could you please state your name for the record?
Mark Philip Duren
Mr. Duren, where do you currently live?
in Pine City, Minnesota.
And for how long have you resided there?
About 4 years now.
Okay. How long have you lived in Minnesota?
Well, off and on most of my life.
What do you do for a living?
I'm retired.
And what did you do prior to retiring?
I was a deputy sheriff with Anoka County in Minnesota.
Okay. The Anoka County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Are you married?
Yes.
To whom are you married?
Deborah Duren.
And how many children do you have together?
We have 2 together.
Okay. And you have one additional child?
I do.
Okay. Do you know the defendant seated to my right at trial table?
I certainly do.
Who is that?
It's my son, Dustin Duren.
In terms of your children, is Dustin your oldest child, your middle child?
Middle child.
In February of 2024, where was Mr. Duren, the defendant, living?
In Berlin, New Hampshire.
Is it fair to say that, do you know how long he'd been living in Berlin, New Hampshire?
Approximately a month.
He'd moved there, in fact, in January of 2024?
Yes.
And prior to his moving to New Hampshire to live in Berlin, New Hampshire, did he reside with you in Minnesota?
He did.
Had you, through the course of having Mr. Duren live with you and being your son, met his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, Caitlyn Naffziger?
Yes.
And this may sound like a silly question, but you have in fact met his children, is that correct?
Very much, yes.
Can you please identify the 2 children that Mr. Duren had with Ms. Naffziger?
Elwyn and Valen.
In February of 2024, how old was Elwyn?
4.
And how old was Valen?
1.
Is it true that at this time you are currently sharing custody of Elwyn and Valen with Ms. Naffziger's family?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
Sure.
Mr. Duren, I'm going to show you what is marked for evidence for identification as State's Exhibit 4 with respect to this case. I'll ask you to take a look at this. Do you recognize what you're looking at?
Yes.
What is it?
Caitlyn and Elwyn.
Does this fairly and accurately show both of them in this image?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state requests the state's 4 be admitted into evidence.
No objection.
The ID may be stricken and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
Now, Mr. Duren, in February of 2024, specifically on February 29th of 2024, Did you make a call to the Berlin Police Department?
I did.
Can you explain to us why?
Dustin had called my wife, and she had informed me.
Based on a conversation you had with your wife, you called the Berlin Police Department?
Yes,
What did you tell the Berlin Police Department?
that I'd received information that Caitlyn had been shot.
Okay. Did you tell the Berlin Police Department why Caitlyn had been shot?
Yes.
Objection, can we approach her?
Okay, members of the jury, I'm going to allow Mr. Duren's answer to the state's question. I'm instructing you not to consider it for purposes of the truth of the matter. with respect to what is contained in the statement, but instead, you can consider it only for the specific reason of what was said to the Berlin Police Department at that time, and you shall consider it for no other purpose. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Duren, you indicated that you called the Berlin Police Department because you had received information that your son had shot and killed Miss Naffziger. What did you tell the Berlin Police Department when you called them?
What did I tell them?
What did you tell them?
Exactly that I had received information from my wife that Dustin had shot Caitlyn.
Did that information include why?
No,
You're indicating today that the defendant called your wife's phone, that's Deborah's cell phone?
correct.
What is Deborah's cell phone number?
763-607. I'm sorry. I can look on my phone if you want. I just called Deb on my phone.
Understandable, as most of us do. Are you familiar with the cell phone number 763-350-0954?
That's correct.
Okay, what is that correct to be?
That is my wife's phone number.
Okay, so 763-350-0954 is your wife's cellular phone number.
Correct.
What time of day did that call come to your wife?
I don't recall.
No, foundation.
Sustained.
Were you present at home at the time the call came in?
I was.
Okay, and at what time did the call occur?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was it in the daytime or the nighttime?
It was in the evening.
When your wife received a call from your son, where were you?
I was in the living room watching TV.
What were you watching?
I don't recall.
Where was your wife?
She was in the bedroom.
How long was your wife on the phone?
I would estimate 5 to 10 minutes. I wasn't present, so I don't know exactly.
At any point during this conversation where your son called and provided this information, did your wife leave the bedroom and come into the living room?
After the phone call, she came out and informed me.
Following that phone call, did you and your wife receive a video?
Not that I'm aware of.
You didn't report to the Berlin Police Department or to state police that you received a video from your son?
I believe that was after.
So after that phone call ended, did you receive a video?
Yes.
Okay. What was that video?
Of Dustin and the girls in the car.
Where were they? Besides in the car, could you tell where they were?
I could not.
Did it look like you said they were in a vehicle? Did they look like they were inside of a garage, in a parking lot? What was the background?
I don't recall. I just recall the inside of the car and the occupants.
Following your 911 call or your emergency call to the Berlin Police Department, did you continue communicating with police?
I did.
You made, in fact, several phone calls to the police department, correct?
Correct.
At least 2 that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And other officers called you,
Yes,
and you shared information with them?
I did.
Did you also share photographs of the defendant with the police?
I did.
Did you provide them with photographs of the 2 children?
Yes,
Mr. Duren, as a sheriff's deputy, were you assigned a service weapon?
I was.
Okay.
Several.
Several service weapons? When you retired from the sheriff's department, what did you do with those several service weapons?
I gifted one to my son Dustin and another to my son Nicholas.
What kind of gun did you gift to Dustin?
It was a Beretta.
Beretta 9mm?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 20A, which is marked for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
It's a Beretta handgun.
Do you know if that is your service weapon that was a Beretta handgun?
I would not know unless I looked at the serial number.
Do you know the serial number to that weapon?
Not right offhand, no.
But you would recognize it if you observed it. Is that fair to say?
Not without looking at my records to identify the serial number.
But you gifted a gun just like that to your son Dustin, correct?
I did.
Court's indulgence. Thank you, Mr. Duren. I have no other questions. Morning, Mr. Duren.
Good morning.
Mr. Duren, you testified that you were sheriff at the Coos County Sheriff's Department in Minnesota
Correct.
for 19 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And had you, in your role as a sheriff, did you have to testify in court?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are aware of the importance of telling the truth, correct?
Absolutely.
And to be honest,
Yes.
and to be as complete and detailed as possible.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were watching TV in your living room in Minnesota on the night of February 29th, 2024, you testified that Deb received a phone call.
Correct.
Did you hear her receive that phone call, or did you find out after she came in to tell you?
I found out afterwards she came out of the bedroom hysterical.
So she was hysterical, she came out to talk to you. Prior to her coming out, you had no idea she received a phone call from Dustin?
I knew she was on the phone. I did not know who she was speaking with.
Okay. So Deb comes out hysterical and provides you information. And as a result of that, you called 911, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you called 911, you actually got Minnesota dispatcher, correct?
Correct.
And what did you report to them?
That I had received information from my wife that Caitlyn had been shot.
Okay, and did they transfer you to dispatch in New Hampshire?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't have to like hang up and call again somewhere, correct?
I don't believe so.
When you were transferred, you spoke to someone from dispatch and gave them the same information, correct?
I did.
Answered all their questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Provided them information like your son's name, right?
Correct.
Caitlyn's name,
Yes.
the kids' names,
Yes.
what Dustin drove for a vehicle,
Yes.
his address.
Yes.
You didn't leave anything out.
No.
You were concerned for your son.
Yes. And for Caitlyn.
And for Caitlyn, and your grandchildren.
Yes.
You didn't speak to Dustin that night though, correct?
I did not.
You were not in Berlin on the night of February 29th, correct?
No,
You didn't see what Caitlyn said that night, correct?
no,
You didn't hear what Caitlyn said that night,
no,
correct? You didn't see what Caitlyn did that night, correct?
correct.
Mr. Duren, you're a Marine veteran, correct?
That's correct.
And what years did you serve?
1977 to 81.
And as a Marine, are you expected to be familiar with firearms?
I am,
As a Marine, are you expected to shoot firearms with precision?
yes,
Are all Marines expected to be able to deliver well-aimed shots to eliminate the adversary?
yes, ma'am,
Every Marine is a rifleman, correct?
correct,
And every Marine, regardless of their specialty, go to infantry training, correct?
that's correct,
They're trained in ground combat, correct?
that's correct,
Everyone in the Marines is expected to be combat ready, correct?
that is correct.
Well, what does combat ready mean?
That at any time they could be called into a war zone.
And as a Marine, you're trained to be ready for combat and to be a combat marksman, correct?
Correct,
You told us that you gifted Dustin a Beretta M9, correct?
yes,
And that was your former service weapon.
yes,
And it became yours upon retirement.
yes,
Now, are you familiar with the M9?
I am,
Okay, was that your regular service weapon that you used this year?
yes, yes,
Was that the only weapon, M9, that you used as the sheriff?
it was the only Beretta. Every few years, we would be issued new firearms.
Oh. So the M9, the last firearm, the M9 that you give to Dustin, the last firearm that you had before you retired?
Yes,
The M9 is a pistol, correct?
it is,
A semi-automatic handgun?
yes,
And what does that mean, that it's semi-automatic?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. Overruled.
Mr. George, what does it mean to be a semi-automatic pistol?
it means that it will fire every time you pull the trigger.
And the M9 has several safety features, correct?
Yes, it does,
Okay. And actually was developed for and used by the armed forces, correct?
yes,
And it has a fail-proof safety system in it, correct?
yes, 7.
7 grandchildren. And you testified earlier that Ellen and Valen are Dustin's 2 children, correct?
Correct?
With Caitlyn, right?
Yes.
And at the time of this incident in February of 2024, Ellen was 4
Yes.
and Valen was 1.
Yes.
And at the time of the incident in February 2024, Dustin and Elwyn lived in Berlin, New Hampshire, correct?
Correct?
And Valen and Caitlyn had just come out a few days prior from Minnesota, correct?
Objection. Knowledge.
Sustained.
When, before Dustin and Elwyn moved to Berlin, New Hampshire, he lived with you and your wife, correct?
That's correct?
And Elwyn and Valen lived with you part-time, correct?
Correct?
The other part of the time they lived with Caitlyn, correct?
That is correct.
And you were aware that Dustin and Caitlyn would exchange the kids for
Objection. Hearsay.
the other question, Your Honor?
Withdrawn, no ruling.
So, Mr. Duren, when Dustin lived with you and your wife and his children, several months, correct?
Correct?
Okay. And you were able to observe Dustin's relationship with his children, correct?
Yes.
And specifically with Elwyn, you observed how close they were, correct?
Extremely.
Extremely close. Dustin loved being a father as far as you could see, correct?
Very much so.
And he cared deeply for Elwyn, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So based on your observations between Dustin and Elwyn, he cared deeply for Elwyn, correct?
That is correct.
And when Dustin and the girls lived with you part-time, they were there 98 days and not 48 days, correct?
I believe that's correct.
So Dustin and the girls were there at your home at a higher ratio than when Caitlyn had the girls, correct?
Yes.
Redirect.
Mr. Duren, you talked a little bit with defense counsel about being a Marine and having Marine training with respect to how to use a gun, correct?
Yes,
Part of your training as a Marine also involves being disciplined,
yes,
when to appropriately use a gun?
yes,
Okay. Does it also include when not to use a gun?
yes,
As a Marine, are you taught to mindlessly fire?
of course not.
You're in fact taught to assess situations, correct?
Yes,
To only fire when necessary,
yes,
to take out a threat.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I can rephrase, Your Honor.
Withdrawn. Sustained.
With respect to your training, Mr. Duren, are you taught as a Marine to shoot at a specific individual?
if necessary, yes,
Okay. And are you taught when and how to decide if it's necessary to shoot?
yes,
How about an unarmed person? Is it necessary to shoot them?
Objection.
Overruled.
You may answer, Mr. Duren.
yes,
It's necessary to shoot an unarmed person?
Objection, Your Honor, can we approach?
Yep. Overruled.
Mr. Duren, does your Marine training include information on shooting persons who are unarmed?
Yes,
As a Marine, is that something that you were trained to do?
yes,
Are there certain circumstances under which your training tells you that that can occur?
it depends on the threat at the time.
As a Marine, you're trained in ground combat.
Correct?
What is combat?
It means taking out your enemy if necessary.
Taking out your enemy? And are you trained as a Marine to be thoughtful with respect to your use of a handgun in combat?
Yes,
No other questions?
Ms. Cross?
Nothing further.
Okay, can Mr. Duren be excused?
That's fine with the state.
Okay,
Yes, John, we're good.
okay, thank you, Mr. Duren. You may step down.
Your Honor, can we approach this?
Yes. Okay, members of the jury, we'll stop and take the lunch break now. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. A few comments, a few instructions. Once again, as I've already said, please do not talk about the case or the evidence amongst yourselves, and please report to a bailiff if you do indicate someone doing that. Just a few more comments, because over the length of the trial, these things may come up. Lancaster, the town of Lancaster is not a large area. It may be possible that during the lunch break, you may run into one of the attorneys. You may run into someone who is a witness in this matter. Obviously, I instruct you to not engage in any way with anyone who is an attorney or a witness in this matter whatsoever. I instruct you not to do that. If you happen to be grabbing a sandwich and you happen to run into any of the attorneys here, they will not talk to you and you should not talk to them, so please take no offense to that. That's just part of the procedure. Further, we will try to start exactly at 1 o'clock. I do want to inform the jury that from time to time, there are times that there are other matters that I have to attend to. It might be a brief meeting with the attorneys involved in this case, or it might be something like a bail hearing or something like that. We try to minimize the interference. We try to minimize your waiting time as much as possible. Sometimes it's just unavoidable. So please understand that that's what's happening. This trial is the priority for the court. We do appreciate your service and your attention, so we do try to minimize disruptions, but sometimes they do happen from time to time. So we will try to minimize that to the extent possible. And again, please review nothing relative to any media reports about this. Please go so far as to try to avoid even accidentally or inadvertently coming in contact with any of that information. And again, please don't transmit anything by your social media as to what is happening as part of the trial. So I'm sorry for all the instructions, but they are necessary under the circumstances. We'll try to reconvene again directly at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Court will be in recess.
Sir, could you please introduce yourself? Sir, could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name for the jury?
Absolutely. My name is Eric Benjamin, Ericbenjamin.
And sir, where do you work?
I work for the Berlin Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked there about 10 years now.
What is your current rank with the Berlin PD?
I'm a detective sergeant.
In addition to your regular duties as a detective sergeant, are you also a member of something called the Emergency Response Team?
I am.
Could you please tell the jury, what is the Emergency Response Team?
The Emergency Response Team is a group of officers who respond to high-risk situations which require additional training, equipment, and tactics to handle the situation appropriately.
And Detective Sergeant, would it be fair to say the Emergency Response Team that you're part of handles incidents like the one you described in the Berlin area and surrounding areas up kind of in the northern part of the state.
Yes,
Do you have any role within the emergency response team?
I do.
What is that?
I am the team leader.
Detective Sergeant, on February 29th of 2024, were you on duty as a police officer that day?
I was not.
Nevertheless, did you receive some information related to an activation of the emergency response team that day?
I did.
About what time?
I received the first call around 11 p.m.
Okay. And is that standard that even if you're not on shift as a police officer, that you can be called for emergency response team issues?
Yes,
Okay. Who was that phone call from?
that was from Sergeant Dennis Gale.
Okay. And what information did you receive?
The initial information I received was that there was a situation at a residence in Berlin in which the information known at that time was there was a male that had contacted his father stating that he had just killed his girlfriend.
Did that information include anything about children?
It did. There were 2 children that were allegedly with the male at the time, and their whereabouts were unknown.
As a result of receiving that information, what did you do?
Our team was activated as part of my role as the team leader. I spoke directly with our commander of the team, and we activated to the Berlin Police Department, where we set up an an immediate action team.
Okay. And when you got to the Berlin PD and set up an action team, what did you do?
We responded to a separate location near the residence where we met other personnel from the team.
When you did that, were you dressed in your normal police uniform?
I was not.
What were you wearing?
Due to the nature of the call and as well as the emergency response team's roles, we were wearing body armor, helmets, rifles, the appropriate response for that type of call.
Is that standard for emergency response team operations?
It is.
Okay. Did you, so you mentioned that you went to a location near the apartment that was involved, is that right?
Correct.
How did you get there?
We assembled in the Bearcat.
Just generally, could you tell the jury, what is a Bearcat?
You know, the Bearcat is a piece of armored vehicle that we respond with our team in.
So what particular location were you focused on as part of this call?
The residence we were focused on was 1063 Main Street in Berlin.
And did you get the name of the male involved who you mentioned that had called his father?
I did.
What was the name you got?
Dustin Duren.
How many members did you gather for your team?
Initially, there were 4 of us and a medic.
So you mentioned that you went to an area nearby 1063 Main Street in Berlin?
Yes.
Could you describe that area of Berlin where 1063 Main Street is?
It's right along Main Street. It's a residential area, multiple houses, a couple businesses near there, as well as a community park.
Your Honor, at this time I move to introduce State's Exhibits 1, 2, 3A, 3B, and 3C. By agreement, the ID can be stricken, I believe.
No objection.
The ID may be stricken and they shall be considered full exhibits.
Detective Sergeant, can you see the screen over there?
Yes.
If you need to get up and move, please
Okay.
let me know. So we were talking about 1063 Main Street. What do you see here?
I'm going to have to step
Yeah,
up for just a
I can
minute.
do that. So this is State's Exhibit 1. Could you please tell us what you see there?
That's an overview of the city.
And that's the city of Berlin, New Hampshire? Okay. You see down in the lower right corner, do you see a marking for 1063?
I do.
Okay, and is that an accurate representation of where 1063 Main Street is?
Yes.
Okay. And then you see some other markings there for the City Hall and the library. Are those accurate as well?
Yes.
Are those generally in the downtown area in the center of the photo?
Yes.
And if you want to approach the screen, I believe you can do that. And then up in the left, you see a red circle with a white cane. Can you point that out for the jury?
Yes, right here.
Yeah. What is at that location?
That's a Circle K gas station.
And is there a bus stop at the Circle K gas station?
Yes, there is.
And what sort of buses service that bus station?
That's the Concord Trail
and I'll keep you up here, so I'll have you going up and down. We're showing you State's Exhibit 2. What is this?
That's a closer view near 1063 Main Street.
So that's Main Street in Berlin, and then that's 1063 where the red box is coming out?
Correct.
How many lanes of travel on Main Street?
2.
Okay. And is that, you described a park on the other side, is that what you can see at the bottom of this photo?
Yes, the Heritage Park.
Okay. And then last one. What do you see there?
That's 1063 Main Street, which we responded.
Okay. So I'll do all of this while we have you up here. Is 1063 Main Street a multifamily home?
It is.
Yes. Multiple apartments within that one structure?
Yes.
Is there a garage?
Yes.
All right. Can you see any of it in this photo?
Yes, you can, right in the rear.
Okay. And is there a driveway?
Yes.
What side of the house is the driveway on?
The left side.
Okay, so go back here. Could you point out which side of the house the driveway's on?
Yes, right here, the left side.
Okay. And now back on Exhibit 3, is that the garage you can see down at the other end of that driveway on the left side?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 3B. Is this showing the driveway in that garage?
Yes, it is.
So how many bays in that garage?
3.
It's a separate structure from the house, right?
Correct.
Does the garage have an attic?
It does.
And where's the door to the garage?
All the way to the right side, you can see it in this photo.
Last one. This is State's Exhibit 3C. What are we looking at here?
That's the rear of the 1063 Main Street, the main entrance point.
So that white door down in the middle there, is that the main entrance point from the parking lot?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you. Detective, you can take the witness stand here. So, Detective, you mentioned that you received a phone call, went to Berlin PD, and then staged at a location near 1063 Main Street. Did you eventually go to 1063 Main Street?
Yes, I did.
And did you go there in that Bearcat that you described?
We did.
When you got there, where did you park?
We parked right in that rear parking space right in front of the 3-bay garage.
What did you do at that point after you arrived?
So my role as a team leader is to convey basically what's going on the ground to the commander who makes the decisions as far as what we do next. At that point, we weren't sure whether or not Mr. Duren's vehicle was still in one of those 3-bay garages. If they may be inside there, inside a residence, we didn't really know. And at that point, and upon arrival, we decided to clear the 3-bay garage as there was a dormer up above that also posed a risk to our officers outside on the perimeter as well. So we made the decision to clear that garage first.
Before we talk about the garage, was there snow on the ground at that point?
There was.
And could you see any tracks in the snow when you arrived?
There were tracks going to the one garage bay, in particular more than others.
Detective Sergeant, when you say you cleared the garage, what do you mean?
We entered into the garage to make sure that there was nobody inside.
Okay. And we were also looking for the vehicle.
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle you were looking for?
I believe it was a small sedan.
Did you clear the garage?
We did.
Did you find anyone or anything in there?
No.
Was the defendant's vehicle, was the vehicle you were looking for in there?
No, it was not.
What did you do next after clearing the garage?
Based on the circumstances, we decided to make entry into the residence.
How did you go into the residence?
We went in through that white door you see on the rear of the building.
Was that door locked?
That was not locked.
When you got in through that door, what did you encounter?
There was a set of stairs that we later found to reach the other apartments in that building, as well as a door which we later found reached the basement, which was a common area. And then there was another door straight ahead as we entered into this door here, and that was the main entrance point into Mr. Duren's apartment.
Was that door into the apartment locked?
Yes, it was.
How were you able to open it?
We utilized a ram to get through that door.
So if you could paint a picture, how many officers were with you at this time when you're entering into this apartment?
We had 4 of us on the immediate action team.
Where were you relative to those other three?
Yep. So as the team leader, I'm usually in the back, what we call the stacks, the back of the group. So that's where I was. I was number 4 in that group.
After that door was breached, did the group go into that ground floor apartment?
Yes.
What did you see when you got in?
The apartment was completely black. So it took us a moment to get through the initial entryway until we later just briefly found the light switches that we turned on while we were in there.
So the door was locked and the lights were off when you went in. What did you and your teammates do?
We began clearing. There were initial rooms to the left and right, which we cleared to make sure there was nobody inside. And then we continued going straight into what we'd later find to be like kitchen area.
And can you tell us what you saw when you got to the kitchen area?
So the kitchen area opened up into 2 rooms, one to the left, one to the right. And at that point, we had multiple officers begin to go left and right from that kitchen area.
What happened next?
Deputy Green was the first person in front of me to the right. I was holding the room to the left with Sergeant Gale. We were able to start to make entry into the right room off the kitchen, and at that point, Deputy Green announced that there was a female victim on the couch with an apparent gunshot wound to the head.
What room was Deputy Green in?
That would be the living room.
So after hearing that from him, that he'd found a female with a gunshot wound to the head, what did you do?
We continued clearing the rest of the apartment to make sure that Mr. Duren and the children were not in there.
Did you find anyone else in the apartment?
No,
Did you go to the living room?
I did.
Could you tell us what you saw?
Again, we did an initial search of the apartment. I went to the female. I checked her to make sure she was in fact deceased. And while I was there, I noted several things. Her body was very cold. The appearance of her skin indicated to me, based on training and experience, that she had been there a while. I also noted a single shell casing to the right of the couch in the living room.
You mentioned an apparent gunshot wound. Where did you see that apparent gunshot wound?
The gunshot was to the side of her head.
Where was that female sitting, or positioned, I should say?
As I was facing the couch from the front, she was all the way to the right side.
Okay. So was she sitting or lying down?
She was kind of slumped over.
Where were her feet?
They were positioned in front of her.
Okay. Were any of her feet on the coffee table?
I don't believe so.
After observing, we'll strike that, you mentioned observing a shell casing. Where did you see that?
I was directly to the right of the couch, right on the floor.
After seeing that female there and that shell casing, what did you do?
So based on the type of scene that we knew we had at that point, it was our job to maintain custody of the scene, to maintain the integrity of the investigation that we knew was forthcoming. So I made sure that there was an officer that stayed with the female victim while the rest of our team had to continue on to make sure that the other residents, if any, in the apartment were safe and secure, and that there wasn't a possibility Mr. Duren was anywhere else within that building.
What was the purpose of stationing an officer in that living room?
These type of investigations require us to maintain the integrity, and that means that nobody touches the body, nobody moves anything from the scene, and everyone's responsible for their own actions. So we post an officer with the body to make sure that all those are accounted for, all those things happen.
Other than checking for a pulse, did you or any other officers with you touch that body?
No,
Did you or any of those officers touch that shell casing?
no.
Did you and other officers then proceed to the rest of the building to clear it?
We did.
And what did you find as you did that?
There were multiple apartments within that structure that were empty. And we did note one resident on the top floor that we evacuated from the building.
Anyone in the second floor apartment?
I don't believe so.
Did you check the basement for people as well?
Yes.
Did you find anyone in the basement?
No.
Once that whole building was searched, what happened next?
I made sure I was the last one out, and I taped over the entry exit of that building. notified dispatch that I was the last one out, and I made sure I posted officers at locations around the residence that would maintain the custody of that building to make sure that nobody went in or out, and we would start a scene log at that point to make sure that anyone that did arrive on scene was logging in.
Was there police tape put around the building as well?
There was.
One moment, please. Detective Sergeant, you mentioned that the door into the apartment was locked. Could you tell us, was that locked with the knob or with the deadbolt?
I'm sorry, the first entry door or the door to the apartment?
The door to the apartment.
Yes, that had a deadbolt on it.
The deadbolt was locked?
Yes.
No further questions.
Good morning, Detective Sergeant.
Good morning.
One question. The Berlin Police Department's phone number 603-752-3131.
Yes.
And if you were to Google that, that number would pop up.
I don't think so.
No more questions, thank you.
Nothing further.
Okay, can Detective Sergeant Benjamin step down?
Thank you, Your Honor.
May he step down? Okay, thank you.
With indulgence, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Mark Duren. Mr. Duren, if you could remain standing and please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth under pains and penalties of perjury today?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Sir, could you please state your name for the record?
Mark Philip Duren,
Mr. Duren, where do you currently live?
in Pine City, Minnesota.
And for how long have you resided there?
About 4 years now.
Okay. How long have you lived in Minnesota?
Well, off and on most of my life.
What do you do for a living?
I'm retired.
And what did you do prior to retiring?
I was a deputy sheriff with Anoka County in Minnesota.
Okay. The Anoka County Sheriff's Department?
Yes,
Are you married?
yes.
To whom are you married?
Deborah Duren.
And how many children do you have together?
We have 2 together.
Okay. And you have one additional child?
I do.
Okay. Do you know the defendant seated to my right at trial table?
I certainly do.
Who is that?
It's my son, Dustin Duren.
In terms of your children, is Dustin your oldest child, your middle child?
Middle child.
In February of 2024, where was Mr. Duren, the defendant, living?
In Berlin, New Hampshire.
Is it fair to say that, or I'm sorry, do you know how long he'd been living in Berlin, New Hampshire?
Approximately a month.
He'd moved there, in fact, in January of 2024.
Yes,
And prior to his moving to New Hampshire to live in Berlin, New Hampshire, did he reside with you in Minnesota?
he did.
Had you, through the course of having Mr. Duren live with you and being your son, met his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, Caitlyn Naffziger?
Yes,
And I'm This may sound like a silly question, but you have in fact met his children, is that correct?
Very much, yes.
Can you please identify the two children that that Mr. Duren had with Ms. Naffziger?
Elwyn and Valen,
In February of 2024, how old was Elwyn
4,
and how old was Valen?
1.
Is it true that at this time you are currently sharing custody of Elwyn and Valen with Ms. Naffziger's family?
Yes,
Permission to approach?
Sure.
Mr. Duren, I'm going to show you what is marked for evidence for identification as State's Exhibit 4 with respect to this case. Ask you to take a look at this. Do you recognize what you're looking at?
yes.
What is it?
Caitlyn and Elwyn,
Does this fairly and accurately show both of them in this image?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state requests the state's 4 be admitted into evidence.
No objection.
The ID may be stricken and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
Now, Mr. Duren, in February of 2024, specifically on February 29th of 2024, did you make a call to the Berlin Police Department?
I did.
Can you explain to us why?
Dustin had called my wife, and she had informed me,
Based on a conversation you had with your wife, you called the Berlin Police Department?
yes,
What did you tell the Berlin Police Department?
that I'd received information that Caitlyn had been shot.
Okay. Did you tell the Berlin Police Department why Caitlyn had been shot?
Yes,
Objection, can we approach, Your Honor?
Yep. Okay, members of the jury, I'm going to allow Mr. Duren's answer to the state's question. I'm instructing you not to consider it for purposes of the truth of the matter with respect to what is contained in the statement, but instead, you can consider it only for the specific reason of what was said to the Berlin Police Department at that time, and you shall consider it for no other purpose. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Duren, you indicated that you called the Berlin Police Department because you had received information that your son had shot and killed Miss Naffziger. What did you tell the Berlin Police Department when you called them?
What did I tell them?
What did you tell them?
Exactly that I had received information from my wife that Dustin had shot Caitlyn.
Did that information include why?
No,
You're indicating today that the defendant called your wife's phone, that's Deborah's cell phone?
correct.
What is Deborah's cell phone number?
763-607. I'm sorry. I can look on my phone if you want. I just called Deb on my phone.
Understandable, as most of us do. Are you familiar with the cell phone number 763-350-0954?
That's correct.
Okay, what is that correct to be?
That is my wife's phone number.
Okay, so 763-350-0954 is your wife's cellular phone number.
Correct.
What time of day did that call come to your wife?
I don't recall.
No, foundation.
Sustained.
Were you present at home at the time the call came in?
I was.
Okay, and at what time did the call occur?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was it in the daytime or the nighttime?
It was in the evening.
When your wife received a call from your son, where were you?
I was in the living room watching TV.
What were you watching?
I don't recall.
Where was your wife?
She was in the bedroom.
How long was your wife on the phone?
I would estimate 5 to 10 minutes. I wasn't present, so I don't know exactly.
At any point during this conversation where your son called and provided this information, did your wife leave the bedroom and come into the living room?
After the phone call, she came out and informed me.
Following that phone call, did you and your wife receive a video?
Not that I'm aware of.
You didn't report to the Berlin Police Department or to state police that you received a video from your son?
I believe that was after.
So after that phone call ended, did you receive a video?
Yes.
Okay. What was that video?
Of Dustin and the girls in the car.
Where were they, besides in the car? Could you tell where they were?
I could not.
Did it look like you said they were in a vehicle? Did they look like they were inside of a garage, in a parking lot? What was the background?
I don't recall. I just recall the inside of the car and the occupants.
Following your 911 call or your emergency call to the Berlin Police Department, did you continue communicating with police?
I did.
You made, in fact, several phone calls to the police department, correct?
Correct.
At least 2 that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And other officers called you,
Yes,
and you shared information with them?
I did.
Did you also share photographs of the defendant with the police?
I did.
Did you provide them with photographs of the 2 children?
Yes,
Mr. Duren, as a sheriff's deputy, were you assigned a service weapon?
I was.
Okay.
Several.
Several service weapons? When you retired from the sheriff's department, what did you do with those several service weapons?
I I gifted one to my son Dustin and another to my son Nicholas.
What kind of gun did you gift to Dustin?
It was a Beretta.
Beretta 9mm?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 20A, which is marked for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
It's a Beretta handgun.
Do you know if that is your service weapon that was a Beretta handgun?
I would not know unless I looked at the serial number.
Do you know the serial number to that weapon?
Not right offhand, no.
But you would recognize it if you observed it. Is that fair to say?
Not without looking at my records to identify the serial number.
But you gifted a gun just like that to your son Dustin, correct?
I did.
Court's indulgence. Thank you, Mr. Duren. I have no other questions. Morning, Mr. Duren.
Good morning.
Mr. Duren, you testified that you were sheriff at the Coos County Sheriff's Department in Minnesota
Correct.
for 19 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And had you, in your role as a sheriff, did you have to testify in court?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are aware of the importance of telling the truth, correct?
Absolutely.
And to be honest,
Yes.
and to be as complete and detailed as possible.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were watching TV in your living room in Minnesota on the night of February 29th, 2024, you testified that Deb received a phone call.
Correct.
Did you hear her receive that phone call, or did you find out after she came in and to tell you?
I found out afterwards she came out of the bedroom hysterical.
So she was hysterical, she came out to talk to you. Prior to her coming out, you had no idea she received a phone call from Dustin?
I knew she was on the phone. I did not know who she was speaking with.
Okay. So Deb comes out hysterical and provides you information. And as a result of that, you called 911, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you called 911, you actually got Minnesota dispatcher, correct?
Correct.
And what did you report to them?
That I had received information from my wife that Caitlyn had been shot.
Okay, and did they transfer you to dispatch in New Hampshire?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't have to like hang up and call again somewhere, correct?
I don't believe so.
When you were transferred, you spoke to someone from dispatch and gave them the same information, correct?
I did.
Answered all their questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Provided them information like your son's name, right?
Correct.
Caitlyn's name,
Yes.
the kids' names,
Yes.
what Dustin drove for vehicle,
Yes.
his address.
Yes.
You didn't leave anything out.
No.
You were concern for your son?
Yes, and for Caitlyn,
And for Caitlyn? And your grandchildren?
yes.
You didn't speak to Dustin that night though, correct?
I did not.
You were not in Berlin on the night of February 29th, correct?
No,
You didn't see what Caitlyn said that night, correct?
no,
You didn't hear what Caitlyn said that night,
no,
correct? You didn't see what Caitlyn did that night, correct?
correct.
Mr. Duren, you're a Marine veteran, correct?
That's correct.
And what years did you serve?
1977 to 81.
And as a Marine, are you expected to be familiar with firearms?
I am,
As a Marine, are you expected to shoot firearms with precision?
yes,
Are all Marines expected to be able to deliver well-aimed shots to eliminate the adversary?
yes, ma'am,
Every Marine is a rifleman, correct?
correct,
And every Marine, regardless of their specialty, go to infantry training, correct?
that's correct,
They're trained in ground combat, correct?
that's correct,
Everyone in the Marines is expected to be combat ready, correct?
that is correct.
Well, what does combat ready mean?
That at any time they could be called into a war zone.
And as a Marine, you're trained to be ready for combat and to be a combat marksman, correct?
Correct,
You told us that you gifted Dustin a Beretta M9, correct?
yes,
And that was your former service weapon.
yes,
And it became yours upon retirement.
yes,
Now, are you familiar with the M9?
I am,
Okay, was that your regular service weapon that you used? as
yes,
sheriff?
yes,
Was that the only weapon, M9, that you used as the sheriff?
it was the only Beretta. Every few years, we would be issued new firearms.
Oh. So the M9, the last the M9 that you give to Dustin, the last firearm that you had before you retired?
Yes,
The M9 is a pistol, correct?
it is,
A semi-automatic handgun?
yes,
And what does that mean, that it's semi-automatic?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. Overruled.
Mr. George, what does it mean to be a semi-automatic pistol?
it means that it will fire every time you pull the trigger.
And the M9 has several safety features, correct?
Yes, it does,
Okay. And actually was developed for use by the armed forces, correct?
Yes,
And it has a fail-proof safety system in it, correct?
yes,
Mr. Duren, how many grandchildren do you have?
7,
7 grandchildren. And you testified earlier that Ellen and Valen are Dustin's 2 children, correct?
correct,
With Caitlyn, right?
yes,
And at the time of this incident out in February of 2024, Ellen was 4
yes,
and Valen was 1.
yes,
And at the time of the incident in February 2024, Dustin and Elwin lived in Berlin, New Hampshire, correct?
correct,
And Valen and Caitlyn had just come out a few days prior from Minnesota, correct?
Objection. Knowledge.
Sustained.
When, before Dustin and Elwin moved to Berlin, New Hampshire, he lived with you and your wife, correct?
that's correct,
And Elwin and Valen lived with you part-time, correct?
correct,
The other part of the time, they lived with Caitlyn, correct?
that is correct,
And you were aware that Dustin and Caitlyn would exchange the kids for
Objection. Hearsay.
the other question, Your Honor?
Withdrawn, no ruling.
So, Mr. Duren, when Dustin lived with you and your wife and his children, it was several months, correct?
correct,
And you were able to observe Dustin's relationship with his children, correct?
yes,
And specifically with Elwin, you observed how close they were, correct?
extremely,
Extremely close. Dustin loved being a father as far as you could see, correct?
very much so,
And he cared deeply for Elwin, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So based on your observations between Dustin and Elwin, he cared deeply for Elwin, correct?
that is correct,
And when Dustin and the girls lived with you part-time, they were there 98 days and not 48 days, correct?
I believe that's correct,
So Dustin and the girls were there at your home
is.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Mr. Duren, you talked a little bit with defense counsel about being a Marine and having Marine training with respect to how to use a gun, correct?
Yes,
Part of your training as a Marine also involves being disciplined,
yes,
when to appropriately use a gun?
yes,
Okay. Does it also include when not to use a gun?
yes,
As a Marine, are you taught to mindlessly fire?
of course not.
You're in fact taught to assess situations, correct?
Yes,
To only fire when necessary,
yes,
to take out a threat.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I can rephrase, Your Honor.
Withdrawn. Sustained.
With
Withdrawn.
respect to your training, Mr. Duren, are you taught as a Marine to shoot at a specific individual?
if necessary, yes,
Okay? And are you taught when and how to decide if it's necessary to shoot?
yes,
How about an unarmed person? Is it necessary to shoot them?
Objection.
Overruled.
You may answer, Mr. Duren.
yes,
It's necessary to shoot an unarmed person?
Objection, Your Honor, can we approach?
Yep. Overruled.
Mr. Duren, does your Marine training include information on shooting persons who are unarmed?
Yes,
As a Marine, is that something that you were trained to do?
yes,
Are there certain circumstances under which your training tells you that that can occur?
it depends on the threat at the time.
As a Marine, you're trained in ground combat.
Correct?
What is combat?
It means taking out your enemy if necessary.
Taking out your enemy?
afternoon. Please remain standing for the jury.
All rise for the honorable jury. Coos County Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Jonathan Frizzell presiding.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you. Please be seated.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Trooper Amanda Johnson. Trooper Johnson, if you could remain standing and raise your right hand, thank you. Do you swear today that the testimony you are about to give is the truth under penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Can you please state and spell your full name for the record?
I'm Detective Amanda Johnson. Last name is spelled Johnsson.
And where or how are you currently employed?
I'm employed as a detective with the New Hampshire State Police.
And with the New Hampshire State Police, are you assigned to any particular troop, barracks, or section?
Yes, I'm in the major crime unit.
Okay, what is the major crime unit?
Our primary job is to investigate homicides. We handle all officer-involved shootings throughout the state, as well as conflict cases that may arise that other agencies can't investigate.
So if there's a problem with the agency investigating, say, one of their own, you would maybe take that case?
Yes.
Okay. So in this instance, as a person in the major crime unit, what is your role specifically inside of investigations?
I primarily do crime scene investigation.
And what does that mean?
I respond to the crime scenes and process them for evidence.
And do you have any kind of specialized training that allows you to do this type of job?
I attended the National Forensics Academy back in 2023, 10-week program investigating or helping to investigate forensics and things of that nature.
And how long have you been working with the New Hampshire State Police?
I just started my 18th year this past August.
And for how long have you been specifically working on crime scene investigations?
I've been in the major crime unit since 2019.
Now, I want to draw your attention to February the 29th of 2024. Did there come a time that you became involved in an investigation into a homicide by shooting that had occurred at 1063 or 1063 Main Street in Berlin, New Hampshire?
Yes, I did. I believe that was an early morning call out.
Okay. Do you recall what time of day you received the call?
I think it was around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. When you say you received the call, were you working at the time?
No, I was off duty sleeping.
Okay. Can you describe for us how that call occurred?
I was called by Lieutenant John Sonia and advised that they had a homicide in the town of Berlin. He requested that I respond to the scene with the crime truck.
And when you say, were you assigned to a specific role for that crime scene?
That particular call, I was the officer in charge as well as the evidence technician, and I believe I took video that day.
Okay, and when you say you were the officer in charge, that sounds fancy. What does that mean?
It's just more paperwork. Basically, I delve out. We all kind of split the tasks, the required tasks. And at the end, it's just I'm compiling all of the reports basically into one report.
And you said that you were asked to respond out with the crime scene truck.
Yes.
Can you explain to us what that is?
We have 2 crime scene trucks. They're basically mobile offices that hold our supplies and equipment.
And when you received that call to respond out to Berlin, what information was provided to you about what you were walking into?
I knew that the suspect was at large, and they were primarily focusing on locating him as well as children.
Was that part of your responsibility with respect to this case?
No, I brought the truck to the scene where I stayed for a while they finished investigative aspects of the case and finally did receive a court-authorized search warrant.
Okay. So you spent some time waiting while other steps were taken before you were able to get into the house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about your crime scene work. When you talk about working on a crime scene, can you describe for us sort of the methods or the steps that you use when you're documenting crime scenes?
Yes, like I said, we have various tasks that we have to complete there. We use a 3D scanner called a Faro that Faros the scene in 3D. One of us takes a GoPro video and walks around the crime scene with the video. One person's assigned to photographs. Another person's assigned to cataloging and documenting evidence that we collect. And it's, when we finally get in there, it's slow going because we essentially process the scene in layers. We take what's visible without disturbing anything, and then we start, peeling back the layers and documenting it as we go.
So when you initially arrive at a scene, you take it as it is, correct?
Yes.
You take photographs and videos of that?
Correct.
Okay, and then you said you started removing a layer.
Yes.
And when you remove each layer, what, if anything, do you do in terms of documentation?
So we photograph along as we search, when we move things and when we, search through things. Like, for instance, if you opened a drawer, we would take a photo and search the contents of the drawer and then take another photo. So just things are done in layers.
Okay. So when you take photographs, are you just taking a photograph sort of the overall space, or are there different layers even of the photographs that you take?
Yeah, so overalls, far away and then mid-range and then close up is typically how we do the photographs.
Okay, are photographs taken in terms of when you arrive at a scene that has a person or a victim inside of it? Do you take photographs with the victim there as well as with them removed from the scene?
Yes, we take photographs as we come to the scene and how we find the scene and the body.
You indicated that some troopers or officers are tasked with locating evidence. Are photographs taken of that evidence as well?
Yes, we work as a team. We decide what we're going to collect, and as we go, we photograph and document what we're collecting.
Why so many photographs?
You can never take too many photographs. I've only experienced situations where you wish you would have taken more, so I tell everyone to, take as many as you think you should and then go further and take more.
Do you document every scene that you respond to in the same manner?
Yes.
Was the crime scene at 1063 Main Street documented in this way by video, photograph, and Faro?
Yes.
Were photographs taken with Miss Naffziger's body present?
Yes.
And were photographs taken when her body was removed?
Yes.
Now, I want to show you and place up on the screen State's Exhibit 3A, which is in evidence. It would help if I turn on this device. And I may need to ask you to step down if you're unable to see it, and I do apologize because you may spend quite some time hanging out over here by this screen, if that's all right with the court.
Yes, so long as the jury can hear and so long as we have appropriate audio and so long as it doesn't obstruct defendants at all, certainly.
So if I can ask you to step down, it might be easier if you stand close to Mr. Swifer. And then the court's permission, may I?
Please.
Just in case. Now, Trooper Johnson, is this the location, State's Exhibit 3A, which is on the screen, of 1603 Main Street?
Yes,
I'm sorry, 1063 Main Street.
yes,
And is this the location where you responded with the crime scene truck?
yes.
Can you describe what this building is for us?
This building is a apartment building. I was advised by the Berlin Police Department that there were 4 units total in that building.
By the time that you arrived on scene, had that dwelling already been cleared by the Berlin Police Department?
Yes, it had.
I'm not sure why the screen is flashing. It may have something to do with some interference for receiving, but hopefully it'll stay on. So you indicated that it was a multi-unit dwelling, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to the investigation that you were working, the call that you were there for, what areas of this building were of interest to you?
We were authorized to search Mr. Duren's apartment, which was the lower level apartment, the first floor.
I'm going to stop for a second, just because it doesn't seem to be cutting out on any of the monitors, just that monitor, so maybe it's just a loose connection, I just didn't know if there's anything we can do.
You're getting some feedback on this, Your Honor, so I'm not certain if something is going wrong. Take my hands and
That seems to have worked, thank you.
fingers crossed. All right, so you started to say, and I apologize, you started to say that you were authorized to search certain locations in this building. What were those locations?
Mr. Duren's apartment, which is the lower first level of the building.
Did you also conduct any searches in the garage bay?
Yes, we did.
Speaking about that garage bay, can you see that on the screen?
Most of it, yes.
Okay. Was there a garage bay that you learned was assigned to that first floor apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a car located in that garage bay?
No.
Were there any cars inside of any of the garage bays when you were on scene?
Yes, there were other tenants that had vehicles there.
Were those cars checked?
I recall that one tenant needed to get to her vehicle, so we escorted her to get the car, and we just performed a quick search by consent just to make sure we weren't missing anything.
Okay. In terms of the garage space, were any items of evidentiary value or recovered from that location?
Not that I recall, no.
Now, did you take video of the exterior of this building?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can you explain for us how you did that?
Utilizing a GoPro camera, I walked around outside and then walked inside slowly, just getting all the rooms in that apartment.
When you do that, you're just holding the GoPro camera in your hand,
Yes.
right? And are you talking, narrating? What can we expect that we would hear?
No, no talking.
Now, prior to this hearing, did you review, I should have actually stated a review. Did you review some exhibits prior to coming in to testify?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you take a look at State's Exhibit 7A?
Yes, I did.
Is that a video clip that you took of the exterior of the building?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also review State's Exhibit 7B?
Yes.
Is that a clip of a video that you took from the interior of the building?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would ask to have the ID struck and the pieces full. No objection.
The ID, excuse me, the ID may be stricken with respect to Exhibits 7A and 7B, and they may be considered as full exhibits.
Now, I'm going to move off of State's Exhibit 3A. On the screen now should be State's Exhibit 7A. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to publish State 7A.
Yes.
clip ends, what are we looking at?
That is the door, the entryway to a common area for the apartments. The white door.
And it goes into all of the apartments in this building, is that correct?
Yes,
Is there another entrance that just goes to apartment on the first floor?
yes,
Where is that located?
around the front of the house by the street.
Next, showing you State's Exhibit 3C, which is in evidence, just so that we can transition over. Is this the same photograph or a photograph that shows the back of that house?
Yes,
Okay. And that white door at the back, is that the one you've indicated goes to a common area?
yes.
Now, for the ease of this, Trooper Johnson, if I could ask you to step over towards me just really quickly. I can ask you to take a look through State's Exhibits 8A through 8T. I just need to separate them out so that we've got the right ones. I could have you just flip through these photographs for me. You can flip them in my direction as they're not, I think we have an agreement that they're coming into evidence, Your Honor. As you're doing this, Trooper Johnson, do you recognize what you're looking at?
Yes.
Can you tell us what they are?
Photographs of the apartment as well as the evidence that we collected.
Do those photographs, as you look at them, fairly and accurately show the apartment as you observed it when you responded there?
Yes, it does.
Okay, if I can ask you to step back over. If you need a break or any water, just let me know. I'm making you stand up quite a bit. Now, with respect to, and Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to strike the ID as to State's Exhibits 8A through 8T and admit them into evidence. No objection.
The ID may be stricken with respect to 8A through 8T inclusive, and they may be considered full exhibits.
Trooper Johnson, I'm just showing you State's Exhibit 8A, and this is just a close-up of the rear door to 1063 Main Street that we've just seen.
Yes,
And in this image, the door is ajar.
yes,
Okay, was it open like that when you responded?
yes.
Where does this door lead again?
To a small common area utilized by all the tenants to access their apartments.
Moving into State's Exhibit 8B, what are we looking at here?
That straight-ahead door is where the scene was.
And the straight-ahead door is the door to where?
Duren's apartment,
Okay, to the defendant, Mr. Duren's apartment?
yes.
You can go ahead and have a seat. I'm gonna give you a break for just a second. You had indicated when you first began testifying that you had not immediately just jumped right in. You'd had to wait for quite some time.
Correct.
Okay. And why were you waiting?
Like I said, we were waiting for the investigators to try to figure out where the suspect was and locate the children, and then that shifted gears to writing a search warrant for the apartment.
Okay. Were you also waiting for somebody from the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Did someone from the medical examiner's office arrive on scene?
Yes.
What, if anything, occurred once that happened?
When the medical examiner arrived on scene, she, under her authority, we entered the apartment to examine the body that was located in the living room.
And did you enter into the apartment to do that?
Yes.
Were you present personally with the ADME or the Assistant or Associate Deputy Medical Examiner?
Yes.
To examine the body?
Yes.
Can you describe when you observed Ms. Naffziger's body, how she was positioned?
She was sitting on the couch. Her right leg was up on the coffee table, and she had a blanket around her body.
Did you, as well as the Assistant Deputy Medical Examiner, observe any injuries to Ms. Naffziger?
We saw wounds that were consistent with a gunshot wound to the head.
Did you observe any weapons near Ms. Naffziger?
No.
Did she have any property near her besides the blanket that you've just described?
She had a cell phone that was next to her on her right side on the couch.
At the time that you entered into the living room with the medical examiner's office, did you observe any evidence that was consistent with Ms. Naffziger having been shot in addition to her wound that you observed?
Yes. To my right of the couch, I noticed a fired cartridge casing on the floor next to the couch.
Can you tell us what a fired cartridge casing is? Can you explain that?
When a bullet's fired, the casing is what ejects from the pistol.
With respect to the first floor apartment, can you give us sort of an idea of what that apartment itself consisted of in terms of rooms? What was the layout?
Yes, it looked like there was 3 bedrooms, but they were using another room as like a 4th bedroom. 2 rooms were empty, utilized for what appeared to be storage. One of the rooms looked like a little girl's room, and then off of the living room there was a room that looked like it was utilized as the master bedroom.
Showing you State's Exhibit 22, do you recognize this?
Yes, this is the diagram of Mr. Duren's apartment.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the layout of the apartment as you observed it?
Yes.
And the locations of where items were inside of the living room?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to strike the ID and admit States 22 as full by agreement. Yep, no objection.
The ID may be stricken and Exhibit 22 may be considered a full exhibit.
Putting up on the screen State's Exhibit number 22. I don't know if you can do it from there, and I'm going to do what I can to not have you just standing here for the entirety of your testimony. With respect to this exhibit as we look at it, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where Ms. Naffziger was positioned? If you need to step down, please do.
She was, like I said, on the couch, and she had her right foot elevated on the coffee table.
And when she's sitting on the couch, is she towards the desk on the couch, or is she on the other side of the room in terms of where she is?
More consistent with where you have the casing marked on that side of the couch.
Okay, so I've just put up the red to show where Ms. Naffziger was located. Is that where she was fairly and accurately?
Yes.
Okay. And then if I click again, for the jury to see, there's a casing that's marked there. Is that all consistent with where you observed the body of Ms. Naffziger on the sofa or the couch?
Yes.
And then where the casing was observed?
Yes.
After the assistant medical examiner examined the body of Ms. Naffziger, what, if anything, occurred?
I believe that we left the body there so that we could farrow with the body in place, just because if I come to a scene and the body has not moved by first responders and it's located in the original spot, I like to document and preserve that. So I believe we farrowed that room and then we removed the body.
Okay. Pharaoh, did you also take photographs?
Yes,
And then the body was removed?
yes,
And was the scene still secured at that point pending the search warrant?
yes. The Berlin Police Department provided scene security that day.
What does it mean to provide or scene security or to secure a scene?
Usually we corded off with crime scene tape, and we'll have at least 1 or 2 cruisers standing by and making sure that no one unauthorized enters through the crime scene.
In fact, prior to having a search warrant, does anyone enter into it except to deal with the body?
No, just with the medical examiner.
Later that afternoon, around 1:40 p.m., did you receive authorization through a search and seizure warrant to enter into the home to conduct your examination of the scene?
Yes,
And at that point, is that when you started the process that you described to us before about photographing in layers?
yes.
I think I'm gonna have to ask you to step down again. Absolutely. Putting State's Exhibit 8C, which is in evidence on the screen, can you describe for us where we are or where this photograph was taken inside of the apartment?
That's as you walk in that entryway door in the rear.
And when you look at this, it's sort of a hallway, is that fair to say?
Yes,
Do you know where the doors on either side of that hallway lead?
those are the spare bedrooms that, like I said, it appeared to be utilized as storage.
And straight ahead,
Straight ahead leads into the kitchen.
if you continue to walk down that hallway and end up in the kitchen, what do you have on your right-hand side?
The right-hand side is the living room and master bedroom area.
And to the left?
That was the little girl's room.
And I want to look first with you, if we can, at State's Exhibit 8D. Which room is this?
This is the spare bedroom to the right when you're walking down that hallway immediately upon entering the apartment.
And is this one of the rooms that you indicated was pretty much used as storage?
Yes.
Okay. Now, zooming in a little bit closer into State's Exhibit 8E, was evidence recovered or items recovered of interest in this case in the closet?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 8F. What are we seeing in this image?
ALJ2 looks like a box of ammunition, and ALJ3 looks like a holster, a gun holster.
Can you explain for us, so you're reading the yellow markers, is that fair to say?
Yes.
What do those yellow markers signify?
It's just how we document evidence that we're taking. Whoever's the evidence technician that day, we utilize our initials. I'm Amanda Lee Johnson, so ALJ, and as we go, we assign each piece of evidence a number.
Okay, do the numbers have any meaning about importance or anything like that?
No,
Okay, what do the numbers stand for?
it's just the number of the next item. So from there, the next item would be 4.
I want to go ahead and take a look with you at the items that you're looking at on that top shelf and the items that were marked. Looking first at State's Exhibits 8G and 8H together on this slide. What is ALJ2 that you have marked?
A box of ammunition.
Looking next at State's Exhibit 8I, which is in evidence, and your markers, I believe ALJ3, what are we looking at?
That's a shoulder holster with a magazine pouch.
When you say a magazine pouch, can you explain that for us?
You would put the magazines from a pistol in the pouch.
Next, looking on one slide at State's Exhibits 8J and 8K, What are we looking at in terms of ALJ 3A?
So that's one of the magazines that was in the pouch, and that was the contents in the magazine, the ammunition.
So it was a loaded magazine.
Yes.
With respect to States Exhibits 8L and 8M together on this slide, ALJ 3B, what are we looking at?
That was the other magazine in the pouch.
Okay, so both 3A and 3B came from the holster that was recovered?
Correct.
And with respect to this, was this also a loaded magazine?
Yes, with those bullets in it.
Were you able to determine the type of ammunition that this was?
Yes, I believe they're all 9mm.
Now, once these items that we've just looked at are recovered and photographed on the scene, are they recovered?
Yes, we photograph them and we package them and secure them on the crime scene truck and later transfer it to the forensic lab.
Can you explain to us how they're packaged, what that process looks like?
We primarily use paper bags, but we put the item in a bag and we secure the bag with evidence tape so that it can't be tampered with and it's secured.
And do you sign those bags?
Yes, we initial along the seams to secure that chain of custody, essentially.
Now, in your search of the apartment, did you locate or recover a pistol or a handgun?
No.
Showing you next States Exhibit 8N coming back into the hallway of the apartment, can you kind of orient us back to where we are?
Yes, you're standing in the hallway and the door to the left was the other room, spare room that was utilized for storage.
With respect to the bedroom, which is the storage room, the first open door to the left in this photograph, was anything of evidentiary value marked and collected from there?
I don't recall from that room, no.
How about in the bathroom, the second open door on the left of the photo? Was there anything of evidentiary value marked or recovered?
Not that I recall.
Now I want to move further into the apartment, States Exhibit 8O. Can you orient us sort of here, and I know you've described sort of to the right and the left of the kitchen. Can you just let us know where we're looking here?
Yes, so the opening to the right is towards the living room, and then the left side by the cabinet, there's a door here that belonged to the little girl, a bedroom belonging to the little girl.
And the kitchen also continues off to the right, is that, or the left, I'm sorry, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Showing you States Exhibit 8P. What are we looking at here?
That's just the other side of the kitchen.
Did you search the trash can that's over there?
Yes.
Why?
We conduct a complete search when we process a scene to include trash cans.
Was when anything recovered from the trash can?
Yeah, I believe we recovered a receipt from the trash.
Showing you States Exhibit 8Q. Is that the receipt that you were discussing or saying that you recovered?
Yes.
Moving on to States Exhibit 8R. With respect to this item, is that the receipt from the trash can?
Yes, it is.
Just want to ask you if you can read for us the highlighted portions of that.
Yes, it's a receipt from Harley Jack's Burgers and Brews in Ossipee, and it has a date of February 28th, 2024 at 4:46 p.m. The server's name was Christine K. The check number was number 14, and it says that it was ordered February 28th, 2024 at 4:46.
So 4:46 p.m.
Correct.
Moving into States Exhibit 8S like Sam, can you describe where we're looking in this image?
You're standing in the kitchen looking into the living room.
So that doorway that's open there, that's the living room where Ms. Naffziger's body was found, is that fair to
Yes.
say?
Yes.
Now, earlier you had talked about the fact, and we had seen the video that you took of the outside of the house. right? And we watched that small clip. Did you take a similar video of the interior of this apartment?
Yes.
Can you describe for us what you did in taking that video in its entirety?
Like I said, you walk into the apartment and you walk through all the rooms at a slow pace, just trying to document what's in each room.
You open all the drawers, you look inside of everything.
Sometimes, like I said, we do it in layers, so you don't want to disturb too much. Normally, when we first get there, we want to document the scene as it is without manipulating it.
When you took the video of the interior of this house, had Ms. Naffziger's body already been removed?
No. Or it may have been. I know that we farrowed with the body in there. I may have taken the video after the body was removed. I'm not 100% positive on that.
Okay, so I'm going to move forward so that you can see State's Exhibit 8, T like Tom. At the time that this photo is Ms. Naffziger's body there?
She had been removed at that point.
Okay. Moving forward to State's Exhibit 7B, which is a clip from that video that is in evidence. Looking at this image here, was Ms. Naffziger's body present at the time of the video or removed?
She was removed at that time.
Okay, so we should not in this video expect that we will see her.
Correct.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Well, this clip stops there. Did you also walk into that master bedroom area?
Yes.
Okay, now, looking at this where it's stopped, there appears to be a door that we're seeing. What door is that?
It was almost like there were French doors or double doors that opened into what was utilized as a master bedroom.
And then, hopefully there's a marker on your screen. This white door that's here that I'm marking, what door is that?
That's the front door to the residence.
When you were on scene, what was the condition of that front door?
It was locked with a deadbolt.
Was the doorknob also locked?
I don't recall specifically. I just know that I remember that it was deadbolted and locked.
I'm going to show you two images. This is 7C and 7D. Those fairly accurately show still images from the video we just watched.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to strike the IDs to State's Exhibit 7C and D and admit them as full. No objection.
The ID may be stricken, and the Exhibit 7C and Exhibit 7D shall be considered as full exhibits.
putting up on the screen State's Exhibit 7C. Can you orient us to what we see inside of the living room?
Yeah, so you're standing in the master bedroom and you're looking through the doors into the living room.
And is this the layout of the living room as it was observed on that date?
Like I said, the body had obviously been removed, so things might have been disturbed when we moved the body.
And I know you've described the area and where the body was positioned, or Ms. Naffziger was positioned. Can you give us a general idea of where we would expect to see her were she in this image?
She was positioned, if you see this pink blanket on the couch, that was wrapped around her, and she was seated here with her right leg up on the coffee table, as if she was relaxing on the couch.
The red blanket that's on the floor in State's Exhibit 7C by the coffee table, is that where it was originally located?
That may have been displaced during the removal, when we removed the body.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to strike the ID from State's Exhibits. Courts and buildings. 9A through 9J.
No objection. The ID may be stricken with respect to Exhibits 9A through 9J inclusive, and they may be considered as full exhibits.
Can I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Alright. Trooper Johnson, placing onto the screen State's Exhibit. Well, actually, let me ask you a few questions first. With respect to State's Exhibits, or the next photographs, are Ms. Naffziger's body visible in the next couple of images that we're about to show?
Yes.
Can you describe for us when we see her, and I'm happy to have you take a look if you want to describe it from State's Exhibits, so you don't have to do it from memory. Can I see my ID?
Yeah.
Can you describe for us what we should expect to see?
Yes, you can see the victim on the couch with the pink blanket on her. That red blanket that is on the floor in 7C was in fact to her left, with her left arm resting on it. And her right leg is elevated and resting on the coffee table.
Placing onto the screen State's Exhibit 9A. Does this image represent the positioning of Ms. Naffziger as she was when her body was located?
Yes, that's the original location that we found her in.
And you've already described that the blanket, that the pink blanket is over her shoulder. She has another blanket next to her and her foot on the coffee table.
Yes, and a purple pillow behind it.
From what you observe, is Ms. Naffziger wearing any shoes on her feet?
No,
Were any shoes for an adult located near her in the living room?
I believe they were just children's slippers and children's shoes.
You had described a cell phone wallet case. Can you point that out to us?
Yes.
Behind that cell phone wallet case, what's that on the couch?
A pair of eyeglasses.
Now, behind Ms. Naffziger, almost at, I would say, the center of the photograph, there appears to be a white mark on the shelf of that built-in bookshelf. Can you describe for us what that white mark is?
Let me just make sure I'm pointing to the right thing. This mark right here. That's a built-in wooden shelf, and we located what appeared to be consistent with a defect from.
And when you say a defect, what do you mean?
That's just the terminology that we use for lack of better terms, entryway of a bullet.
And moving closer in State's Exhibit 9B, we also have the imagery of Ms. Naffziger on the scene. From this angle, can you still see where that bullet defect is?
Yes, it's right here.
And just one more, State's Exhibit 9C, moving in closer to Ms. Naffziger. Can you please describe for us what we see here?
What is consistent with a gunshot wound to the head.
And Ms. Naffziger's clothing, first of all, that pink blanket is no longer over her shoulder. Was that moved by officers during the scene?
Yes, that we moved on to like the next layer of documenting, and we would move the blanket off of her to photograph.
And once the blanket was removed, what is Ms. Naffziger wearing for clothing?
She looks like she has a black sweater on, a purple shirt, and it looks like a scarf around her neck.
State's Exhibit 9D, what are we looking at here?
That's a photo of the couch after we removed the body of the victim.
Now, with respect to the glasses that were on the sofa, on the couch, what happened to those, if you know?
I believe that we collected those as evidence.
Okay. Would they have been transported with the body?
I can't recall specifically if we made them a separate exhibit or put the glasses in the bag with the body. I can't recall specifically, but I know we collected them.
Moving to State's Exhibit 9E, we've got a yellow marker here. Can you explain for us what we're looking at?
That's the evidence marker to mark the cell phone that's on the couch.
Okay. And you've done close-ups and overalls of all of these pieces of evidence. Is that fair to say?
I didn't personally take the photos, I don't believe, but yes, we documented close-ups.
So moving into State's Exhibits 9F and 9G, what are we looking at?
It's a cell phone that's contained within a wallet case.
Were the contents of that wallet case used to identify Ms. Naffziger on scene?
Yes,
And what was used specifically?
driver's license.
I want to back up so that we can take a look at the couch as a whole. Looking at State's Exhibit 9H, is this just a full view of the couch or the sofa as it was inside of the living room?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we watched that video walkthrough that you did, State's Exhibit 7B, you sort of got very close to the sofa. Is there a reason why you did that?
Just documenting close-up shots of the evidence.
Was there anything on the sofa itself that you were documenting specifically?
I recall doing close-ups on the left side of the couch, around here, that I located a couple of pieces, what appeared to be consistent with a skull.
So moving to State's Exhibit 7D, there are 2 items circled there. Can you explain for us what we're seeing?
That's what I noticed, and it consistent with skull.
Okay, so consistent with bone pieces?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oops, I apologize. Looking at State's Exhibit 9, I believe we're back on I. Does this image accurately show the placement of the coffee table as it was in line with the sofa?
Yes.
And this is obviously after Ms. Naffziger's been removed.
Yes.
And that red blanket is positioned there from its original position, correct?
Yeah, it's displaced from its original position.
Now, you had discussed that when you looked at this living room, when you entered into it initially, and then when you were conducting your search for evidence, that you had observed casing inside of this location.
Yes.
Can you orient us to where we would be looking if we wanted to find where that casing was?
Yes, the casing was behind this chair on the floor, so that's the right side of the couch.
Now, I want to take a look at the rest of the living room. So this photograph States Exhibit 9J. Does that accurately show the living room as it would be viewed from the sofa or the couch?
Yes, it does.
In terms of this desk, what kinds of items were associated with the desk?
It appeared to be a computer desk, but we noted that the tower, the actual computer itself, was missing and unplugged.
At this time, the state would move to strike the ID from State's Exhibits 10A through 10D and have them admitted as evidence.
No objection.
The ID may be stricken with respect to 10A through 10D inclusive, and they shall be considered as full exhibits.
Trooper Johnson, I want to go back to that little chair where you said there was a casing. So looking at State's Exhibit 10A, which should be on the screen now, can you sort of orient us to where the casing was found?
The casing's on the floor behind the child's, looks like a unicorn, on the chair, right behind here.
And if I look at this image, there's a door frame that's right here where I'm illuminating in the corner of the photo. Where does that door go?
That goes to the kitchen.
And in terms of any other access point to leave this living room, where would those be located?
You could go forward, straight ahead to the master bedroom, and the front door is there.
Okay, so if I'm standing like the photo is taken, where would the doors to the master bedroom be?
To your back, behind you.
Okay, and the front entrance of the home would also be to my back and behind me?
Correct.
Okay, and the kitchen would be through this doorway here that I have marked to the right?
Correct, to the right.
You had indicated earlier that the shoes you remembered seeing were slippers for kids. Do you see those in this image?
Yes, they're under the pink table.
Showing you next, State's Exhibit 10B. I think it's a little fuzzy there in the background, but can you identify what this marker, the yellow marker is that I've got illuminated?
Yeah, the ALJ5 marker is next to the casing.
Moving it a little bit closer on that, State's Exhibit 10C. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
That's the fired cartridge casing.
And State's Exhibit 10D.
That's the casing just flipped over to read the head stamp.
What's a head stamp?
The writing on the back of the casing.
And what does that tell you?
It usually tells you a brand and caliber.
Were you able to determine the brand or the caliber from this?
It was a 9mm, and I believe it says S&B on the casing.
Is that consistent with other ammunition that was found inside of the house?
Yes.
No, not yet. Sorry, I apologize. I misspoke. We're gonna do a couple more. At this time, Your Honor, the state would move to strike the ID from State's Exhibits 11A through and including 11O and have them marked as full.
No objection.
The identification may be stricken with respect to 11A through 11O inclusive, and they shall be considered as full exhibits.
Now, after the casing was recovered, you had started to indicate about that bullet defect that was in the built-in bookshelf.
Yes.
With respect to that bullet defect, was a bullet eventually recovered?
Yes, we recovered a projectile.
Okay. So a projectile, not a bullet. I apologize.
It's okay, same thing.
Can you explain the difference?
It's just a technical term for it that we utilize.
I want to go ahead and move into State's Exhibits 11A and 11B here. Can you describe for us, so 11A, fair to say, is the sofa as it was after Ms. Naffziger, as well as all the blankets and everything else were removed?
Correct, yes.
With respect to State's Exhibit 11B, can you explain to us what that yellow marker is for?
I'd have to look at my actual evidence report. I'm not sure if that is a swab or if it's a piece of skull or hair. I'd have to refresh my memory with the DSSP 20.
Would looking at the report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Showing you Trooper Johnson what I've marked for identification purposes only at State's Exhibit number 30, dates 106 to 108 for the record. Can you take a look at that item?
Yes.
Is that the copy of the report that you just referenced, your DSSP?
This isn't the DSSP 20, but it is part of my evidence signification report. It lists,
If you can take a look and see if that would refresh your recollection.
yes, it does.
Okay. Based on this, your review of the report, what is that marker for?
That is for swabs of the reddish-brown stain on the couch.
Thank you. If you want to just put that right there. Moving next to State's Exhibit 11C, can you describe to us, and specifically, I want to ask you about this area of the sofa, and I'm not sure now my device isn't. If I can just have one moment. So looking at State's Exhibit 11C, specifically I want to draw your attention to that white mark, the damage to the drawer. You've described that as a bullet entry.
Yes.
Okay. What else in this image, did you recover anything else from this area of the built-in bookshelf?
To the left of the defect by the knob, there's a clump of hair.
Moving a little bit closer into that 11D, there's a marker ALJ7. Is that referencing the hair that you're describing?
Yes.
Okay. Gonna look a little bit closer. I think that's a little hard to see. So if we can move into State's Exhibit 11F, like Frank, what are we looking at here?
That's a close-up of the hair around the built-in.
And that hair was recovered?
Yes.
Moving to State's Exhibit 11G, can you describe for us the changes that we're seeing to sort of the room and what process is happening here?
So, like I said before, we conduct searches in layers. So at this particular point in the documentation, we slid the couch out from the built-in, so we had access to be able to see behind the couch.
And once you had access to see behind the couch, what, if anything, did you do?
We were then able to open the drawers of the built-in.
Now, moving into State's Exhibits 11H and 11I, can you explain to us or describe to us what these white stickers represent?
They're just scale, like L-shaped stickers with scales that we utilize to mark defects.
And with respect to this defect, it looks like there's an A written on that scale.
Yes, that indicates that's the first defect that I'm noting.
Are there multiple defects associated with this recovered bullet or
Yes.
projectile?
Yes.
Moving to State's Exhibit 11J, what do we see here?
That's just the first drawer. Pulled out a photo of it.
And that's the drawer that the first defect was in?
Correct, defect A.
Was the bullet recovered from this top drawer?
No.
Where was it recovered?
I believe it was the third drawer down.
So were there additional defects that you were able to identify and mark?
Yes.
Looking at State's Exhibit 11K, can you explain to us what we're looking at?
Yes, so that's a photo of inside the drawer. So A1 would be the exit from the front of the drawer, and then 2A is a re-entry of the bullet as its flight path continues.
And then using this next one, State's Exhibit 11L, what is this?
That is another defect, A3.
So A3 is a third bullet defect associated with the same bullet or projectile, sorry.
Yes.
And where in relation to the first drawer, if you know, is A3?
I'm not actually sure, based on this photo, if this is the second, it should be the second drawer, but I'm not positive with just this photo.
But the bullet was, or the projectile, I apologize, was recovered in the third drawer down.
As I recall, yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 11M, what are we seeing here?
That's a photo of the third drawer opened with what is the projectile in the drawer.
Once this item was photographed, what, if anything, did you do to recover it?
We packaged it and secured it and transported it to the forensic lab.
And just moving it a little bit closer so we can see what that item clearly was, 11N. Can you describe for us the projectile?
It's a projectile.
And that's as it was recovered inside of the drawer,
Yes,
marked as ALJ 8.
correct.
Thank you. Trooper Johnson, you can go ahead and have a seat. We can do it. Go ahead and give you a minute. I had you standing
okay.
up there for a little while.
I'm getting a little raspy.
All right. Trooper Johnson, you had indicated that, and I'll try to be loud from over here, you had indicated that you had recovered the casing and recovered the projectile. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you describe for us the process of that recovery?
We photograph it and collect it and put it in the appropriate evidence receptacle, I guess, based on size and what it is.
And I'm going to ask you, I've provided some gloves in case you do need them, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at what I have marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 28. Can you take a look at that item and let me know if you know what it is?
I believe that this belongs to the casing.
Okay. Does that have a number on it consistent with the recovered item number?
I'd have to look at my report, but it says ALJ 5 on it.
Showing you again what's marked for identification only as State's Exhibit number 30. Would this assist you in identifying what that item is?
Yes. ALJ 5 is a casing S&B 9x19 21.
Was that the casing that was recovered from the floor in the first floor apartment next to the sofa?
Yes, it was.
The one behind the unicorn chair?
Yes.
Okay. If I could ask you to go ahead and take a look, open that envelope up for us.
Yeah. The casing.
In taking a look at that item, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as it was in when you recovered it?
Yes.
Mayor, at this time, state requests that the ID be struck and State's Exhibit 28 be admitted.
The ID may be stricken with respect to Exhibit 28, and should be considered a full exhibit.
You put it back in there.
I'm gonna ask you to publish it in just a bit, but I figure we'll go with both items if that's okay.
Mhm.
Gonna go ahead next and show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 29 for this case. And looking at that item, do you recognize what it is?
Yes, this should be the projectile.
Okay, does that match in terms of the documentation on the envelope, your signature on the seal, and the assigned evidence number?
Yes.
I'd ask you to go ahead item that's inside of that container?
Yes, I can.
Okay. In looking at it, what is it?
That's the projectile recovered from the drawer.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was in when it was recovered by you?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to strike the ID from State's Exhibit 29 and have the item admitted as full.
No objection.
The ID may be stricken with respect to Exhibit 29, and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
And with the court's permission, I would ask Trooper Johnson to step down and allow the jury to observe the items.
Certainly.
Trooper Johnson, you may have to walk up and down, since they're such small items, if you could just walk up and down, allowing the jurors to see those items. Thank you.
This is ALJ 5, which is the casing that was recovered. There's books in the back, were you able to see?
I apologize.
Well, container.
Absolutely. You can show them the next item, State's 29.
This is ALJ 8, which is the projectile that was recovered in the drawer. We typically put them in these containers with gauze just to protect. Does anyone from the back row want to closer?
One request for you to have this list on the record. I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Kenny? Attorney Kenny?
Good
Attorney Kenny?
afternoon.
Oh, sorry.
Approach.
Yes.
Sir.
Good afternoon.
This incident that occurred in February 2024, you were not there for the incident itself, correct?
No,
So you did not see what happened,
correct,
correct? You didn't see what Caitlyn was doing, right?
correct,
You didn't see what a child was doing, right?
correct,
You didn't see what the defendant Dustin was doing.
correct,
You didn't hear what Caitlyn said, right?
correct,
You didn't hear what Dustin said, correct?
yes,
You don't have any idea what actually happened that night.
correct.
No more questions, thank you.
Any redirect?
No questions.
Okay. Can Trooper Johnson be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And again, please. Okay, members of the jury, we're going to conclude there for the day. I know that some days we may go all the way till 4 o'clock, but we are going to conclude there for today. I just conferred with counsel. We'll be ready to start at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. As I've said all along, please do not discuss any aspect of the case or the evidence with your fellow jurors, including if you see any jurors discussing the case, I would ask that you please report that to a court security officer or bailiff. I want to state that I recognize that some of the photos may be difficult to look at. I encourage you, regardless of that, again, do not discuss any aspect of the evidence or any part of the case with any of the fellow jurors during any of the breaks or even during the process of the trial itself. Again, as I've said, there is some media coverage with respect to this matter. I instruct you to not only avoid such media coverage, but to try to do everything you can to avoid even inadvertent exposure to that. And again, please conduct no research whatsoever yourself about any matter that you hear about in this case or any of the witnesses or any of the evidence. Please conduct no research whatsoever. And again, I'm sure you will follow my instructions to make sure that this is a fair and a trial that consists with the law on such matters. Okay, so we'll start at 9 o'clock. That's it for the day. Thank you very much. By the way, that wasn't an air exchange. I do think that was some much-needed rain that we heard on the rooftop. So anyway, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your service. We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow. All rise for the jury.
All rise.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. And council, about a 10-minute break, and we can reconvene to discuss some matters. Is that okay? Okay, all right. Court will be in recess. Back on the record, 214-2024 CR 28, just a few housekeeping matters. State's filed a motion to reconsider. Can I expect an objection from defense?
Judge, we're prepared to argue it now. It doesn't state any issues of fact or law that the court overlooked. It simply reiterates and reinterprets the transcript differently from how the court interprets it. But I don't think that's a basis for the court to reconsider its decision. I think that the case originally cited by the state, Commonwealth versus Castano, talks about that evidence can be admissible if there can be inferences made that the evidence was somehow known to the defendant in some capacity. And in Castano, the inferences include the defendant being aware of the victim's desire to end the relationship because she obtained a roommate release form from her landlord, so completely separate from the defendant, and because there was a suitcase on the floor. And here, as the courts noted, there's numerous references to Mr. Duren asking, what is the plan? What is the plan? What's going on? To Ms. Naffziger telling him some portion of the plan. I'm going to take the kids, take them back to Minnesota without your permission. And so I think that there's far more than enough evidence for the court to find that it's admissible for that purpose. And the court has made that finding. The state has not said anything new. It simply interprets the evidence differently. And a different interpretation of the evidence is not grounds to reconsider. I think, as the court referenced earlier during the objection during opening, the other purpose for which this is admissible is 8033 as Ms. Naffziger's plan. And what is relevant is what both people in that apartment were doing, saying, how they were behaving. That is relevant to whether or not Mr. Duren reasonably believed that one of the circumstances outlined in the defense of others statute was present. And so under both of those bases, the evidence is admissible. The court's ruling should stand. I'll also note that I think it would be very unfairly prejudicial to the defense were the court to reconsider its motion now, or its order now, after we've already delivered an opening in reliance on the court's ruling. The state had the opportunity to ask to speak to the court before the jury was called this morning, and it did not do that. So I think all proofs favorable require that the evidence be admissible. It's admissible under two separate theories. The state has not produced any areas of fact or law that the court has misapprehended. It's simply interpreting evidence differently, and ultimately it'll be up to the jury to decide how to interpret the evidence. So the court should deny the state's motion to reconsider.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, we're asking the court, obviously, to reconsider the court's ruling. We do believe that the court respectfully has misapprehended an issue of fact in the sense that it has misinterpreted the relevant portions of the transcript. The court referenced in its order pages 50 to 57, and what the state attempted to do in its pleading was to go through those pages as closely as possible. And I submit that if the court does that again, the court will see that although there are several references to a plan or planning or questions along the lines of what's the plan, all of those in context very clearly refer to the defendant questioning Ms. Naffziger about when she was going to leave. What's the plan? When are you leaving? When is Brenda going to pick you up? This is not what we planned for. Those are the types of statements that he is making, and that is the context of any references to a plan. It is certainly true that according to the defendant and statements that he made, he told police he learned from Caitlyn that night that she said something along the lines of, I'm going to call the police and have the kids taken away from you. We are not disputing that, but that is a completely separate plan, so to speak, than the plan involving the two witnesses that are the subject of this motion. If we look at the plan involving those two witnesses, I believe it's uncontested that Ms. Plumondon will testify that that plan was a secret. The entire object of that plan was to conceal it from the defendant, because if they didn't, it wouldn't work. The plan was to assist Ms. Naffziger in stealing away with the children sometime in the early morning hours while the defendant was asleep. There is no reason that anyone involved in that plan, if they wanted it to succeed, would tell the defendant about that plan. Certainly not Ms. Plumondon or Ms. Naffziger. Ms. Plumondon's testimony, I think we all agree, will establish she never spoke with the defendant. And as we we heard in the opening statement today from defense, I don't believe they're contesting that either, because according to the opening, by the time the defendant got outside and saw Caitlyn there with her bags, Ms. Plumunden was already gone. So there's literally no opportunity for them to speak. In the defendant's statement, he said he didn't have Brenda's number. He wanted to call her to facilitate Caitlyn leaving, but he could not because he didn't have her contact information. So I think we can all agree there was no means of communication. The evidence will show that there was no communication between Ms. Plumunden or Ms. Spurgeon and the defendant, so the plan did not get communicated to him that way. It seems that the theory that the defense is operating under is that to make this defense relevant, the defendant had some inkling. He knew that there was a plan. They're going to claim that he said, or he thought, well, I don't know the specifics, but something is up. And that is not relevant for a justification defense. The defendant, if he is going to successfully pursue that and successfully argue it, at least to the level of obtaining a jury instruction by the sum modicum standard, has to present some evidence that he reasonably believed that a kidnapping was taking place or about to take place, that Ms. Naffziger was conducting a kidnapping or about to. The knowledge that there is a kidnapping implied is inherent there, and it's necessary. If the defendant merely thought, she's up to something, I don't know what it is, that is not enough.
But he's just not thinking that, he's saying that.
He is saying, what's the plan? When are you leaving? When is Brenda coming to get you? I don't believe there's any indication in the transcript or anywhere else that he's saying, are you doing something? What's your plan with Brenda? I think that is a completely different context that's just not present there. So that kidnapping has to be there. He has to know specifically that there is a plan to kidnap these people. And all the references to some suspicion or some plan, there is no reference to Ms. Plumunden, and that kind of gets to the crux of it. The plan involves her. She's a key part of the plan. She's going to come up to Berlin and aid Ms. Naffziger. She is the only lifeline and the only transportation. He doesn't mention her at all. And in fact, in his statement, he says, I was trying to call her. I wanted to call her, but I couldn't. And I think had Ms. Naffziger told him about this plan, or if he had learned of it from her in that way, why would he call that person? There makes no sense that he would do that. So I think, the crux of our motion is that a reading of that transcript and of all the evidence and taking into account everything that we know and we expect to be evidence here in the trial will establish that the defendant did not know about that plan, and therefore it cannot be relevant for his state of mind. I know counsel is arguing that it is relevant for Ms. Naffziger's state of mind. We've covered that, so I won't belabor the point, but when we were talking about a justification defense, we were talking about what the defendant knew and what was in his head, and does it explain or justify what he did. If he didn't know about the plan, then logically, that he cannot have acted because of the plan. He cannot have killed Caitlyn because he thought she was going to kidnap his children as part of a plan with Ms. Plumunden. He may have certainly done so, and I think the evidence would support an inference or a conclusion that Mr. Duren killed Ms. Naffziger because she thought she was going to take his children away because that's what she told him. But that was by calling the police and taking a very different route. That is overt. That is through some sort of legal process where she's saying, I'm going to call the police, have you arrested, say something that will result in the children being taken away. That is a completely different track. That does not put into his head anything about Ms. Plumunden, or certainly anything that would or should enable him to now argue, oh, I killed her because I thought she was going to kidnap my kids, specifically through this plan with taking kids away early in the morning. There has to be some indicator that he did that, and we just think it's not there, and that's why we filed the motion, Your Honor. So we respectfully submit that a reading of that transcript, while it certainly contains references to plans and planning, contains no references to the plan at issue here, and that's the one that matters.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Anything further?
Just briefly a quote from the case cited by the state in its motion. Quote, there need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of the victim's state of mind so long as the jury reasonably could have inferred that he or she did learn from it. The jury's not required to make this inference, but the fact that they permissibly could have means that it's permissible to admit the statements. The court should not disturb its ruling. There are clearly reasonable minds can interpret this transcript in multiple different ways. And that in and of itself is enough to allow it to go to the jury. So the jury, as the finders of fact, can interpret it how they will. I think other than that, we've covered it in our objection, our prior hearings on this issue.
Okay. I wanted to make sure to give counsel the opportunity to make any additional arguments on with respect to the motion to reconsider. So I will, I also understand the practical objections raised by defendant counsel relative to considering the motion at this point in the proceeding. I will give you a specific ruling on the motion to reconsider tomorrow if you're ready with that objection. You're satisfied with the objection, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and you're satisfied with the argument on that motion?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, no, I'll return to issue the order. I'm gonna read that pages 50 to 57 of the transcript. I'll read it for the 101st time tonight. I'll reread it again for the 101st time, and I will issue an order that's likely going to be consistent with my prior order. Just to be clear, but I'll put a little bit more on the record for purposes of any issues that need to be covered. Anything further on that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, next, do we have an agenda for tomorrow? If we need to approach, we can do that, but the jury was attentive today. I know we've asked them to set aside a couple weeks out of their lives and out of their work, and I'm certainly okay with the fact that we ended early today, but I want to make sure that we're filling the day as much as possible because we're asking them to set aside time out of their life, so I just want to make sure we have a nice full day tomorrow, if that's possible.
So, Your Honor, we do anticipate that we will have a full day tomorrow. That will lead us potentially to an issue depending on how quickly we move. The medical examiner in this case is not available until the 23rd, which is Thursday at 9 o'clock in the morning. He is, I'm not sure if he's at a training or, I don't know, he's out of state. He's returning at 5 o'clock, I believe on the 22nd. He has agreed to be immediately getting back into his car and driving up here to be available for the 23rd at 9 a.m., which is also immediately prior to testimony he has to do via WebEx for another case. So no matter where we are in terms of tomorrow, the state will be running into, we anticipate, a scheduling issue, so we wanted to flag that for the court's attention.
Certainly, and that's, thank you, number one, thank you. Number two, as I said, I have no issue with the fact that we ended early today, but I want to make sure we have a nice full day tomorrow so that the jury understands that why we're asking them to take this much time out of their life. So it sounds like we've got a full day tomorrow?
We believe so, yeah.
Roughly, okay.
Oh, Eric, let me approach. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so Attorney Durand, I will look at those two motions relative to the items that you inquired about. I'll get rulings to you on those quickly, and to the defense, obviously. And Attorney Kettles, with respect to the motion you filed about the status of Mr. Duren, is that being worked on?
As far as we know, Your Honor, it should be settled, but we'll report back tomorrow morning if it's not.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, so look forward to a full day tomorrow. Anything further, counsel, from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Attorney Kettles or Kenny?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Matter concluded. See you tomorrow.
All right.